It's a magical, mystical time. It's Anecdotal Adventures.
Hello, and welcome back to the 7th episode of Fables of Pandora. I'm your DM, Sonya, and these are my players.
Hello, my name's Ashley, and I play Will Stillcrest. Halfling, definitely investigator.
Hello, it's Tele, and I shall be Lady of the Fae Queen Danier, Lady Brisanna. Sorry, Queen of the Drought, Lady Brisanna.
You messed it up. How could you? Your title.
I'm
You don't even know
sorry.
your own title.
Sorry. I missed the where it's like, oh shit. I forgot to say what she was the queen of.
And I'm Blue. I'm playing Vioré, the guard to Ninth Lady Tele of the Fae Queen, the new Queen of the Drought.
See?
So I'm still gonna
Not
mess up
Tele,
that name.
Brisanna.
Yeah.
Ninth Lady Brisanna under the Fae Queen Denier of the Drought.
Queen of the Drought. You have to remember
That
the queen.
person.
It's important.
Obviously, that's my only job in this campaign.
Yes.
I'm
Only job. Mhm.
I'm not transforming into a dragon. I swear, everyone. I swear.
Wait a
Last we
second.
left off, you guys were on a ship headed to Tempsday. Bree is pretending to be a noble, surprisingly successfully.
Pretending, really.
To be a noble, yes.
Probably
Surprisingly
has no noble
successfully
blood
for all
in
of you.
her.
Totally
Probably.
not. Totally
Probably.
not. And you guys are coming up upon the actual main island of Tempsday. It's still raining outside a little bit. You can
A
hear
little
it.
rain won't hurt anyone. Don't worry.
Exactly.
If we're getting close, then I suppose I will. Ninth Lady Brisanna under the Fae Queen Denier of the Drought door.
It is night-ish still. It's dark outside and it's getting around 8 still. But you can. Brisanna, you hear a knock on the door.
Just we're close. Get ready. Sort of. Well, we're close, my lady. Prepare to land it within a few hours, I suppose.
Bree looks over to Nectar to reply.
Nectar is just like looking out the window where you can occasionally see the guards swimming around the ship. Oh, sorry. Ninth Lady Brisanna will be ready shortly.
Same.
I will go under the balcony thing where I was before.
Okay, you do
Wait
so.
with
It
Vioré.
is raining lightly outside. Vioré, you're there as well. Looking out on the ship.
I'm just
I
looking
need
out,
some- Nectar, I need some help with the dress again.
Oh, I got it. And she will button up the dress, lace it up, whatever. No zippers here.
Lace. Yeah.
Lace up your dress. Which dress are you going with right now? The fancy one again?
Multiple?
Yeah.
Okay. The fancy one. She has one really fancy one and then others that aren't quite as fancy.
Because
Shame
okay.
we only
will be
have one
arriving.
fancy dress.
Mhm.
Yes.
You gotta
in the
travel light.
In the distance, you two on deck, you can see this island that before was rather small in the distance is now looming with the mountain in the center that if you squint kind of looks like a woman, except for like the hands and the horns are like really, really obvious there. But you can see that as well as a lush, very lush islands, the main one, and then some smaller ones off in the distance. And as you, like, if you look over the edge, I don't know if Vioré is going to do that or not. If you look over the edge, there are houses underneath the water where you guys are sailing over. It's like you guys are, like, on a road of sorts. There's houses on either sides. And the guards, there's one guard on each side of you guys. It'll take about an hour to get into the dock.
It'll take that hour to do her hair.
Nectar's like, oh, we have to go so fast. Just here, looks good.
Vioré is just gonna go to her rooms, like just not. Is there everything is everything okay? Do you need something?
Oh, we're fine.
What's
Just I'm finishing up my lady's hair.
Oh, I see. Good
Why are you
luck.
so nervous.
Okay, a couple people on a ship is fine, but like an entire island? I don't think I can ride that much.
Do you need help with the hair?
I got
I
it.
did it last time.
Nectar
Good
has
luck.
enough skill. She can do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
She has
just making
6.
sure.
She has 6 arms, 6 hands.
Exactly.
Sorry, 12 hands.
I
Makes it
think
even
that would
easier for
honestly make it more confusing.
But if you weren't used to it, but Nectar's used to it, so it's useful for her.
Mm-hmm.
He has good hand-eye coordination.
But is there anything you guys would like to do in the remaining hour up to shore? Any things, any finalizations to anything, perhaps?
I'll give another quick look over the dictionary and make sure we have enough supplies
Make
packed.
me an-
I'm sure they will supply us.
Make me an intelligence check.
Woo! 8 of my strengths. $22.
You can learn a couple more words from if you spend a little
Yeah.
bit of the
Yeah,
hour.
I'm just looking for like
recording.
key phrases that I can. What I discussed with you off session. So
Yes, you can learn those.
thank you.
And eventually you guys dock into this dock. It is right next to where a river meets the sea around. And you guys are free to get off. The guards, the fangs that were following you guys, are now on either side of the entrance where the boat meets the things. Their creatures are in the waters still.
I'll try to find a nice looking parasol to give to Vioré to hold over Bree because she's the only one tall enough.
Vioré totally forgets about that and jumps out of the ship. Is like, finally, land. Vioré doesn't like ships.
Brisanna walks out
This is why
and
he's
looks
in training.
around.
Nectar
And
is
gives
behind you.
and gives a very quizzical look with a raised eyebrow at Vioré.
I'm sorry for your ward's behavior. He seems to be
I'm
a little
sorry,
overexcited.
sorry. And he just like gets back on the ship. It's like, sorry, my lady. Yeah, that's the words.
Just
Take it
hold
from
the
the
parasol, please.
Parasol.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that's my job. He's just holding it. He sometimes misses it. Like,
I want to give like a long, suffering look to a fang. Just
yeah. Vioré
Yeah.
will sometimes like alt walk, and just, like would not hold it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's my job. Yeah, and just like gets back.
Merla is on your right side. Rinia is on your left as they guide you into the city. Well, first, you guys have not landed in the actual Garden of Life. You have landed in Moonsmere, which is a small, in quotations, town by the shore. And they will lead you through the town, like not really letting you guys stop anywhere. Towards
of course, if they're not letting us stop, then I'm scanning the environment because it seems like they're trying to hide something.
it's not so much not letting you stop as like this is not important, we're getting you to the capital sort of thing. Diplomats shouldn't have to worry themselves with the small towns.
I'm not. Well, in as much as it's not like specifically a diplomat's job. Like to worry about the whole. Okay, whatever.
Make a perception check then.
Can I aid?
For anything. Yes, you can.
Character sheet, come back to me.
Kinda need those.
Yeah. You're aiding me? Oh,
Mhm.
thank God. I got a natural 1 for the first one. And this is much better. That is a unnatural 20.
Okay. So what are you looking for specifically here? Anything that's
Also, anything that sticks out to me in general, but also for specific stuff, any cultural notes that they wouldn't have introduced us to, like how the day-to-day of a commoner looks like, basically.
there are a lot of houses near the edge of the river. That's where a lot of the houses seem to be, but the river is crystal clear. Nothing but water is in there, and some animals and stuff. But like, you can catch on. There are a couple of people who are very clearly avoiding the river. Some kids are like looking at it, and then go to this pool of sorts that's next to the river and go swim there instead. These are tabaxis and gnome children. As well as you can see that there are roads that lead into the water where you guys docked, whereas the rest of the town seems to be, like half of the town seems to be underwater, half of it seems to be above water, and Triton seem to be living underwater. And you can catch a couple of special buildings, it seems. They seem to be covered with a lot more nature and stuff around them, as well as having fences that don't really act as fences, or just kind of there for show fences around. And they all have giant green circles painted above their door.
The gardens, then.
Yes, the gardens. It's still lightly raining, though it's a lot harder for the water to reach you now that there's a bunch of tall trees around you. But occasionally you get
Does-
drips from the leaves above.
Your city is quite beautiful.
Oh, this is not the main city. This is just a small town we're traveling through.
Well, then your small town is quite beautiful.
The Garden of Life is much more gorgeous.
As I'm sure it shall live up to its name.
I sure would hope so.
It looks kind of okay to me. Just like, looking around. Oh, sorry, it's not my place to speak. Sorry.
Yeah, Bree kind of gave you a side eye, which is kind of like the mother's glare of
Mhm.
shush.
Mela
Fine,
raises
fine.
her eyebrow a bit at Vioré.
Sorry, I'm just new here. Sorry.
Are you new to the traditions?
No, new to working. Yeah, just got my working permits. You know how it goes.
It's a
Maybe-
recent
maybe I should
of
shut up.
Lady
Yeah.
Bree.
Maybe I
Lady
should shut up.
Brisanna.
Sorry. Well, yeah.
Of course. Younglings always take a while to teach.
Yes.
Yes, we have experienced such.
I'm just an umbrella holder. Don't mind me. Do.
Be alright. I would
Hmm?
request that you keep your place.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what that means?
I can certainly cry. Yes.
Hmm?
Nothing.
What
The
type of
fangs
heads are
on either
those?
side of you. Oh, by the way, Blue, the fangs have these spears with the tips that look to be made out of bone of some sort.
See? Okay.
Can you roll me an investigation check,
For the
please?
dragon.
I'll
Mhm.
help him.
Normal
get
investigation. Okay.
Yes. Investigation, you
hoping.
have advantage.
First 16, the second 17.
Okay. Total?
Oh, 17
Total.
total.
Like with your additions thing? With your
Oh yeah, it's 17.
Okay. They feel vaguely familiar to you, and you can't exactly place your finger on why. But there's
Not gonna happen.
definitely something about them. Those are pretty big bones if they're made out of bones.
I think I help again,
Okay.
though.
Same. I have a guess, but let's not stir it up too much. Let's just continue.
Yes.
Yes. You are walking through this small town. People do stop and watch you guys. The fangs on either side, they make very clear circle motions at the guards as sort of greeting of respect towards them as you guys go through. And they take you to this one place that looks like it's where the carts are.
Mm-hmm.
And stay here, please. And they will go inside and talk to the person in Tempest, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Which everything here is written in Tempest.
Well, that
So
doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter to you, but to Bree and Vioré, there's a lot of circles here.
Sana occasionally nods at people who pass.
They all look very confused when you do that.
I'll do the proper reading.
Okay. They will, of course, do it back. Very confused still at who you guys are. And then Merla will come back. Renia, who stayed with you, was also nodding at the people occasionally. And doing the circle motion, of course. And Merla will come back. I have gotten us a cart. A covered one, of course, for you, Lady Brisanna. But if you would like your people to have their own ones, then of course we can arrange that, if you'd like.
I believe that would be unnecessary.
As you wish. And they will guide you towards the back of the place. It's a pretty nice place. Definitely expensive. Definitely very expensive. Also, you see that the money
Out
exchange
of our
too.
price range.
Yes, very. Especially since the money here is different. It's still gold,
Mhm.
silver, and copper. It just has a different symbol on it. It's
Mhm.
the Tempest version, which you guys don't have.
Mhm.
It's a good thing you're pretending to be diplomats.
Mm-hmm.
I think anything
You
else would
know,
be very
if you,
broke.
if you pretend in life, you'll get success. Let's go.
You're really lucky.
By the way, we don't
If-
condone this, okay?
If you
Just-
if
just
you
okay.
act like you know that you're supposed to be there, no one will question it.
That's
Yep.
actually very true.
But still,
That's
don't do
yeah.
it. Still.
Don't
You
try
guys-
this at home.
Don't try. You guys go to the Merla leads you to the back where there is a rather fancy looking covered wagon at which is big enough for all of you to be in. It should only take a couple of days for, well, not even a couple of days, 1 or 2 days for us to get to the Garden of Life.
I have a very important question for you, Sonya.
Yeah.
What's driving the car?
It
Oh.
looks to be this creature that looks. Oh, that's a good
It's
question.
Lizland's cousin.
It's like a giant bird, okay? Except it has small wings. Like, think of an ostrich,
It's Bird Lad.
but bigger.
Lad. We can't call him that.
Please,
in my
Mom,
notes.
please, can we?
And there are 2 of them. No, there are 2 of them at the front of your cart, and 2 for each of the 2 carts. That each of the guards have their own cart, so they can go on either side of you, or in front and behind you guys as you travel.
Hmm.
But Merla will. There is a Triton person who is by the back door with the carts, and Merla will exchange some words with them in a language that you guys mostly don't understand, and they will do a little circle motion, and you guys are free to go on the carts. Merla will come back. Okay, that one is your cart, of course.
Mhm.
And we will be taking these carts. We will go on either side of you when the road is wide enough, or in front and behind you when it is not. If there's any sort of disturbance and you hear a bell ring, do not exit the cart, please. That means there is danger. And it is much safer for you to stay inside. If you'd like to send your guards out to the front, we can do that, though we will have a driver for you. to drive the cart.
This is greatly appreciated, and I would like to thank you once again for your protection.
Of course, it is our duty as Fangs. But what do you guys do?
Brisanna looks like she's waiting slightly impatiently with her hand held out for someone to help her onto the cart.
Nectar helps you on the cart.
No. I nudge Vioré hard.
Well,
It's on Viore's side too.
Then I just jump to the front, like, please let me help you. And it's like, yeah, just hold my hand out.
Brisanna takes it.
Like, I'll help you. Yeah.
Thank you, Vioré.
It's a pleasure. Am I doing everything right?
You're doing well
he's
so
being
far.
robots.
We can work on it. And I'll help Nectar up, since she's theoretically a higher station than I am.
She will nod thankfully at you and join. It's like pretty decent inside. There's 2 benches that face each other that are padded, as well as a table in the center and quite a bit of room in there. And it looks like the benches could fall out into beds and bunk beds on top. So there's enough space for you guys. It'll be cramped. That's for sure. If you want to sleep in here. There's always the chance of sleeping outside in a tent.
No.
Exactly.
That'd be
I don't
very
want-
unbecoming.
I don't want my critters to rust this early on, thank you.
In a second.
I'll make sure.
Brisanna sits down.
Do so. Nectar sits down next to you, making sure her dress is well maintained. There's no dust or anything on it. She makes a face when she finds a bit of mud.
You're really into this. And I just like go to Nectar to say.
Do you say that out loud?
I start saying it, then stop.
You get glares from everyone. Just
Yes.
like you can't see me, but I'm watching you at the camera right now.
Do any of you go to the front of the cart, where where a driver is controlling the cart?
Maybe I should go. No, yeah. Let me just
You
stay
stay
here
back
and don't.
here. Look, you're on back of the cart. I'll go to the front of the cart.
Yes, sir. I got this. Don't worry.
I need you to make a deception check.
I go into
I'm sorry. I can only
Brisanna's
let it go
brain.
so long.
and I'm like, isn't he supposed to be like charismatic?
I
Yeah,
honestly have no idea at this point anymore, Will.
I will
Make a
help.
deception check. One of you. Probably Will to cover up Vioré or
I'll
Vioré.
take it.
No. Let me do it. I'm the charismatic one. Remember?
As we've learned, that is some bullshit.
I rolled 19 with a +5 is 24.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay,
Oh,
you're good.
thank God. Oh,
I
thank God.
told you I'm the charismatic one.
Whew, good.
It fits with the ward thing, though.
I make
Yeah.
robot sounds sound like actual human being sounds.
The fangs with you give you a very sympathetic look, Will. Just like, I'm so sorry you have to deal with that.
Yeah, I just none of them like thankfully.
Like, we remember when we had to train our own.
Jeez. But there is a Tabaxi at the front of the cart. A young-looking Tabaxi holding the reins of the 2 bird-like creatures. at the front.
What do they emotionally look like? Are they nervous?
Emotional? Yes, very nervous.
Yeah, body language.
Nervous and like really stiff back, like trying really hard to look proper, and like this is the first biggest job I've ever gotten. I cannot mess this up. Whatever I do.
I'll give them a proper greeting then.
And when you get to the front, even more stiff and even more nervous, but moves aside a bit so you can sit down at
I'm
the
not going to
front
sit
too.
completely out because it's raining, and again, I wear metal on my body, so not good
Mhm.
mix. So I will sort of stiltedly attempt to introduce myself and like, would you mind if I practice my Tempest with you?
In Tempest, you do this,
Yes.
right? They will. Yes, it's okay.
Thank
Clearly,
you.
very like surprised that you spoke it at all. My name is Leaf.
My name is Will. I kind of basically try to copy them because, like, obviously they'll be using the adult version of introducing themselves.
Yeah,
the
the very
child one.
proper version.
So I'll try to copy that.
Yeah.
And say it a couple times. So I gotta
Yes, in your head or out loud?
in my head for saying it a couple times, but I'll like mouth it again because I'm practicing.
Okay, that makes sense. The cart, the two fangs you have will give a signal to the person at the front of the cart, Leaf, and one of them, Marilla, will go in front, and then Leaf will start the cart and go next, and then Renia will follow behind, of course.
How old do I get the feeling that Leaf is?
Early 20s, pretty young.
No, we're around the same then.
Like 21-ish.
Yeah, then I'll keep practicing basic stuff with him, and also try to make some kind of silly mistakes. So he loosens up.
Purposefully? Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I know the basic introduction stuff. That's the best thing I got. So
he's very stiff around you and very proper language and does not loosen up, no matter what. So what are you traveling here for?
I'll give him a look like I'm not sure how to say in Tempest, and still be following protocol. I'll like gesture toward the back where my lady is.
Visiting.
Yes. She had an encounter with the Tempest. I'll gesture at the mountain.
Eyes light up a bit at that.
It saved our lives.
Oh, how did... speaks a little bit faster, so it's a little bit hard to catch on, and then we'll like, oh, I have to slow down.
I'll just ask him to, can you repeat that slower for me?
How did you encounter her?
We got lost trying to get to a safe location, and then ended up having an unfortunate encounter with a bad thing? I'm not sure the word here.
One
Like-
of the entities.
Yes, that's the word.
You understand it as entities, but it's a different word, obviously, but pretty directly translates to entities. It's very similar to enemies.
And she appeared before my lady through the stone, and ended up driving it back.
Tempest cares for you, then. You are welcome here. If you
Okay.
have any questions as we travel, I will gladly answer them.
Thank you. Does that story seem to get him to loosen up a little bit? Like, oh, they're like one of us. It's fine.
In some ways, yes, but it's still very like, oh, these people
More
met the Tempest,
trusting,
I have to be
not exactly noble, but more trusting.
more trusting, yes, but also being like, I have to be really careful. Ha ha ha! They're probably gonna meet the Tempest again. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!
Yes. You'll have to forgive my apprentice. That's the word. Yes. Vioré. Student. Thank you. Vioré. He does not know language that well, I do not think, and definitely needs more training.
He is very awkward.
I write that word down. Yes,
We just
that's,
have like go
that's
back to
the
the
one.
in cars and he's like he messed up something again. It's like
You're in the back of the car, so I could just like hear you back there, like, whoops, I did something bad. How long have you been? Has he been student to you for?
not long. I do not know if he was even supposed to be on this trip. I'm not sure of his circumstance with my lady.
What is your passive insight?
Oh gosh.
18
Hi.
or something?
Yes, I think so. Let me calculate it again.
I think
Damn.
it's 18.
Yes.
When he asks how long you've been training Vioré for, there's a little bit of sharpness in the eyes.
Hmm.
Trying to get information.
Unfortunately, I'm only well acquainted with Lady Bree. Vioré
come?
is... She was looking for a guide to get her through places of unfortunate circumstance.
That's
I ended up,
sense.
yes,
This
I ended up being able to meet her first, as it were.
It's unfortunate you had to travel through Sabul to get here.
Yes. Very.
With all of their, I don't know what they call it.
It was unpleasant.
From the stories I've heard, it is awful there. The storms everywhere.
This place already much better.
Yes, well, be careful for the bugs. Some
Yes.
of them can kill you.
Will, like, carefully hides. I'll write that down later. I'll write that internally. I'll write it down later.
It's like, ooh, bugs can kill you.
Bugs can
Interesting.
kill you? I need to become an entomologist now. Oh, branch out. That's all internal though.
But you guys are traveling out of town. The houses get less and less common. There appears to be only one garden here that you guys passed. It was really close to the river, practically on top of the river. It seemed to be floating on it. And as you guys go out of town, there is a very nice, well-kept road here.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Road?
Not
Is this?
sand.
You guys are following the river up. It is pretty small currently, but it is occasionally getting bigger and like curves. There's a lot of bridges over it that you guys have to cross.
I will keep having casual conversation with.
You can do that. Is there any information you're looking to get from this person specifically?
Nothing that would make me sound like not in it. Nothing that'll make me sound suspicious. Yes, not innocent. So it would be like cultural stuff.
What sort of cultural stuff?
Like specific greetings, because he didn't get to ask that to the guard. So it's stuff about speech still, so.
Yeah. We'll gladly answer your questions, but you can tell that most of the greetings are very formal. Like,
Yeah.
there are a lot of hand motions involved in the speech of this language as well.
Yeah. And yeah, I also tell him that I am a little better at reading than writing and speaking. So if you need to tell me anything urgent, like what's going on outside, if there is danger, you
If
can
you
write down.
hear a bell, that means danger.
Yes, the things already informed us of staying inside.
We use it quite often when diplomats come. If there's danger, it is good for crossing language barriers.
Yes. When like a few hours pass, I will.
It is like
Go
late
back.
night now, and you guys
Yeah,
are probably
I'll
going to
go
pull
back
over
in.
and stop for the night.
I'll go back in to get some sleep. Yeah, that was life, but I thought too, Tele, when quite often diplomats, like, when's the last time you had a diplomat?
Yeah.
Yawns.
And know this, but even though this is your first diplomat job,
Yeah, I think he's a spy.
yeah,
That's why he's so pointed about information. Duh, but Will's like, I don't really care. That's respectable, commendable even. That's kind of what they should be doing.
mhm.
But it is late night now. It's like 1 a.m. of the 22nd of Moskava to Tempsday in the morning still.
Mm.
Which will, I don't know, what time do you actually go into the thing? Because it's about 10 o'clock when you guys start
I'll make sure
going.
we take watch the shifts between me and Vioré.
Yeah, okay. Then whichever
Vioré
one of
is
you is
completely asleep.
outside at the time, the minute it hits midnight, everyone, like the Fangs, the driver, everyone just seems to like.
It's 10 when we started, then I said a couple hours we'll be talking to this guy, so I'll probably be on outside.
This Leaf, the minute it hits like midnight,
So 12.
there's a change in this person, and they're much more relaxed now, it seems, and they keep looking towards like the tree line and stuff in a very relaxed way, almost, and towards the mountain a lot. Like all of them are looking towards the mountain a lot.
Hmm.
And this is during your conversation. He becomes a little bit more distracted after midnight as well.
I will give him a questioning look.
It is Tempsday now, our major religious day. Most people visit gardens today, and it is the day to
All right.
thank the Tempest. And most people don't work today.
Of course. I will I hope we arrive at one of these gardens so the lady and I can give thanks to her as well.
Of course, we can stop there in the morning tomorrow, but I believe we
Yes.
are, we'll do a hand gesture towards the Fangs, and the Fangs would do a hand gesture back, a different one, and we are stopping for tonight
Of
to
course.
rest.
And I will say goodbye to him. Wake up Vioré. You're on watch for a couple hours. Wake me up after. And I'll hit the hay.
Vioré, are you going to stay awake during your watch?
Will try my best.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Constitution. If you want him to see if he's going to stay awake, it's Constitution.
Perception.
No, that's up to him.
Roll.
Perception is so he can, if he sees something or not.
Let me roll perception then.
Yes.
Oh. Mr. Roll 20 is trying to roll himself, but for
Mhm.
some reason he's not rolling. Give me a sec, let me just use normal dice.
Ah, yes. classic.
Natural 20.
Natural
Oh,
20,
nice.
woo!
Natural 20. There are a lot of creatures around here that seem to keep their distance from the carts. And occasionally you see Merla like walking along around the outside, switching out with Renia around the carts. You guys are off the side of the road. There's like a little camping spot, but you guys are using it with your carts to stay there. Occasionally people come through, very rarely this late at night. But after your stay is up, do you go until morning or do you wake someone else up after a certain amount of hours?
I'll go up until morning because I already slept like multiple days.
Okay.
Then at some point, Brisanna will wake up from her meditation.
Yeah, because only 4
4
hours. For you.
hours. Yeah.
It's like sunrise about when you wake up. Clearly the fangs are going to let you guys sleep in as long as you guys want, because you're diplomats, before leaving. And when you wake up, Nectar wakes up too, and Merla nods at you and is still like sitting outside by a campfire by one of the carts. Would you like breakfast?
That would be greatly appreciated.
Of course. And Nectar just gives a look to you like, I wonder what they serve for breakfast here. That should be pretty interesting. And you see her actually, she wakes up Renia, and Renia goes and sits by the fire, and she goes into the forest. And about 30 minutes later, she returns with an animal of sorts. It looks kind of like a squirrel, kind of vaguely like a squirrel, I guess, except it's got longer ears.
Mm.
And she will set to cooking it over the fire.
How interesting.
Oh, are you interested in our wildlife?
Yes. This is a cousin of a squirrel. I saw a
What is a
few
squirrel?
while traveling.
What is a squirrel?
It's an animal similar to this, but this one's ears are longer.
It is possible. We have many very interesting creatures here, especially since a lot of creatures from around the area have been blessed by the Tempest and have grown stronger and better.
What's this one called then?
This is a Vioxy, Veoxi. They are a very common creature around here. They eat bugs and nuts. It's good that they eat bugs since some of them are dangerous here. Of course, this is why we are not staying in tents is a little bit dangerous with some of the insects if you are not careful at night. But yes.
We have quite a few interesting bugs as well back home.
Oh.
They vary. Sometimes you would believe that it's a new species altogether the next day.
Oh, do they change quite often?
Sometimes.
How interesting. I would love to hear more about your lands.
Well, my queens, they have a very irregular reign. Like when I came to my position, It was my Queen Danielle. Thusly, I took on her name. Well, as her ninth lady, of course.
Of course. Is
But-
writing this down.
But the seasons change so quickly. So, while her reign could have lasted all the time I've been here, I could have also switched modes as to whatever the land needs. So
Interesting.
it could be the Fey Queen Moss, who's reign now. She is the Fey Queen of, how do I put this? It's rain, but it's similar to what spring is elsewhere.
Like here, currently.
Hmm.
It's not raining anymore. It's nice early. There's the sunlight is slowly filtering in through the trees, although it's very dark still because the trees are so tall.
Yes.
And there's a mountain that kind of blocks the light.
Your climate reminds me much of her start of her reigns.
Oh, yes, well. I'm glad it reminds you a bit of home.
Yes. And as for the other queen, as we have three, the Queen Wandalia, right? Wait, no, wrong campaign.
Wayla.
Wayla.
Wrong campaign.
Yeah, Queen Wayla. Queen of Snow, Blizzard, Winter, if you will.
Yes.
Her reign between Danier and Moss, it's a very quick harvest before her reign in the start.
Mm-hmm.
So farming's rather a very particular profession back home.
I see. It is dependent on the queen that's ruling them.
Mm-hmm.
Do your queens give warning of this change beforehand?
In the capital city, they do announce. But since the change happens so quickly, as it's whatever the land needs, you can usually tell as it starts slow to give people warning.
Ah, that makes sense.
So say if it is time of Dania and Moss is preparing her reign, then there will be a summer shower.
Oh, how interesting.
Hmm.
Eventually, now the meat is cooked, so she will take it off and cut it into to thin pieces, and then we'll go through a bag, take out this jar of what appears to be some sort of sauce, and put it on there, and present you with a plate with some silverware. It's a fancy plate.
And what would this dish be called?
Oh, it is a family recipe. It does not have a name.
Brisanna takes a small, cuts a small piece and delicately eats it with a fork.
The sauce is pretty spicy. Not very spicy, but like it just has that little bite. but the meat is pretty good, pretty well cooked. It's juicy. It tastes kind of like bacon would a little bit.
This is very well done. You should be proud.
Thank you. Cooking is one of my hobbies.
Do you have a favorite dish?
This is one of my favorites for breakfast.
I can tell why. It's very delicious. Back home, our dishes are rather sweet, rather than savory.
Oh, interesting. Perhaps one of your... I do not know the Slavish word for it. Servants? You can provide us with one of them at some point? I would love to try it. A piece of your culture.
We shall try to do our best with the resources of your land.
Of course, then we can help you find any resources you might need.
That'd be greatly appreciated.
How did you sleep?
Quite well.
She keeps making the plates and gives one to the other Fang and Nectar because she's awake, and Vioré.
I will file out as well.
You wake up, Vioré, you get handed a plate of this weird meat with some even weirder. It is a white fish sauce on it.
Thank you so much. I'll definitely eat.
Nods at you. And of course, no, actually Leaf already has food. Has his own food that he's eating. Well, it should only be about 10 or so hours more. Whenever you are ready to leave, we can leave. It's talking to you, Will, of course.
I will. I think we can. I'll look at Nectar and like I'm not actually asking you. Don't worry about it in her head. And gauging how long it'll take to get the lady to get ready for the day. A few hours at most on our end, I'm sure. The lady would like to freshen up and we can finish food.
Of course. And she will leave you guys to talk if you would like, and go and sit with Renia on a piece of wood, facing outwards away from you guys, giving you guys a little bit of privacy. Totally.
You're totally eavesdropping.
Totally not eavesdropping. Yeah.
Should probably wash up. All of
Not
us.
in the stream.
Well, yes, of course not in the stream.
You guys see a fish jump in the stream. It's very clear, very pretty water.
Okay. Since you two got your in mind, since you two got your food done first, we'll send you into the cart. Privacy. You and Nectar.
Yes.
And Nectar will lead you towards the cart. You get inside, and then just like, okay, lady, my lady, what would you like? Your hairstyle to be today. Just gives you a look of, please don't make it too complicated. I can't.
I'll be fine.
Brisanna
You have backup people.
gives her the look of, you know that can't
The
happen.
usual.
I like telepathically. I can guide you through it if it's super complicated.
I literally cannot do that for you. I'm very sorry, Nectar.
but Will can.
Yes.
So
A
what
great thing of having
hairstyle would you
many
like,
sisters.
my lady?
I
Ninth lady
think we
Brisanna.
shall. Yeah, I think we shall do some rings in the hair today.
Oh, lovely. Especially since it's seems like she was about to say something very not professional and was like, their special day.
As I've heard,
Tempsday.
I thought I would. Yes.
Just mouths, this is so weird. Why do they have a special religion day?
Brisanna just kind of shrugs to that.
And then she will get to work doing your hair with like the thousands of bobby pins. Basically, she has so many bobby pins.
Nectar's
So
going to
many.
become a professional hairstylist after this.
By the end of it, yeah. Will, you do have to help her through some of it. She's at one point
Yeah.
she's like, "What do I do here?
I do step
Doesn't
by
look quite
step.
right."
The in your head version of WikiHow.
Yeah. Next step: take the piece of strand. No, not that one. The hair of
The other one.
that one.
Once
Yes.
Your most left hand. That one.
The most left hand. Yep. But you guys managed to finish up breakfast, and after like an hour or two of prepping Bree so she looks prim and proper and totally like a diplomat again.
She's wearing a green dress this time.
Okay. And are you guys ready to go then?
I mean, me and Vioré will have to hop in and, do the basic cleanliness stuff.
You can do so, of course. And once you guys are ready, the cart, Leaf gets in the front seat and starts driving again. The two fangs are on either side of you this time because the road has gotten larger. And you see a lot more people coming through. They do have to step aside for you, like move their carts aside for you guys to come through. And a couple of them will, like occasionally there's one person who calls out to the fangs and asks them some questions. And sometimes their responses, and yes, the trip continues on the road. There are a lot more people now, so you hear like chatter and stuff, especially when you guys pass. Yes, the road continues on. Anything you guys would like to do on this 1 to 2 hour trip?
Brisanna just watches the people through the back of the cart.
Many people today are doing signals towards, like, circles at the guards and then circles towards the giant mountain over there, a Tempest. And there are different level of greetings today, along the lines of Tempest guides you.
Brisanna does her best to mutter and copy them precisely.
They seem to be doing it a little bit more casually than you would probably be expected to do, or people would be expected to do to you.
Mm-hmm. She's also trying to perfect the circle that's directed towards the Tempest.
Make an intelligence check for me.
Okay. Where are you? There you are. 18.
18. Yeah, you can get it down pretty well. You got this. But as you drive, there are plenty of animals and stuff around that you can see. Not just people. Some people have animals with them. You swear there was a potted plant in the woods? Like, that was definitely a potted plant, right? And then a couple minutes later, you see it again ahead of you, and you're like, is that the same plant? You're not quite sure.
Brisanna gets Will's attention.
I'm
It has a
probably
big
back
red
to
flower on
talking
the
to
top of
Lee.
it. Yes.
asking him questions about these things.
Did you ask a question about the potted plant?
About a lot of different things. So the different animals we see, including the moving potted plant.
That is a snarin. It is an animal that disguises itself as plants to capture birds and eat them. It's a quite common pet, though the wild versions are very prickly.
Wait, they're pets?
What was it called,
Yes.
Sonya? I didn't have pencil on me, and I couldn't find where I
Snarin.
dropped it, so now I'm using a blue marker.
Snaren. Common pets, but also common in the wild. They're vaguely fox-like in shape, though they quite often have leaves and flowers, like patches of fur that looks like leaves and flowers, as well as actual leaves and flowers in them that you see at one point, like it's like a paw comes out, picks up some leaves and puts it in its fur.
Okay.
And make a perception check.
A natural 20 again.
Okay. That same potted plant that seems to be following you around, that's totally a potted plant. It's a snare. You see at one point a bird lands on the flower and it just like paws come shooting up, grab it, and just in a mouth it goes. Like a mouth that was definitely not there before. It's very interesting. There's plenty of things. Although the closer you get, the later it gets. There seems to be more nervous. People seem to be more nervous. Just slightly. Just occasionally.
Did we not get to go to a garden to pay our respects?
It's still the day. So
Okay.
you're on the road, so there's no gardens around for you to visit
Okay.
yet. But you will eventually. But yes, you guys continue on the road. Anything else you'd like to do? Discussions you'd like to have with each other, perhaps?
No, I mostly keep focused on keep refining simple things in speech with Leaf.
Are there any pretty rocks?
Around here?
Yes, as we pass.
There are plenty of rocks on the road, but there are no pretty rocks that you can see around here. You're also inside the cart, so it's harder
Yeah.
for you to see out.
I'm not really fuck up, though. I'm just looking outside. It's like, wow. While not talking.
Okay. Wide-eyed wonder child. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. You're a ward. It makes sense. Yes. You guys continue on the path. More and more people as you go. There are some... Well, with your natural 20, was it a natural or unnatural?
Unnatural.
Unnatural. Okay. There are some people talking as you guys pass, and it's not about you, which is kind of different than all of the other places because the other times it was definitely about you. You said you specifically looked into crime scene
Yep.
words, yes? Correct.
Anything like that. Yes, we talked about it.
You hear the word murder pass around a couple of times. It just like it catches you and you're like, murder.
Murder. Yes.
How weird.
Yes, how strange. Can I get any other context clues from that?
Murder, garden.
Can I roll an investigation
Gardener.
check?
Yes.
Yay!
But without an investigation check, you can get murder, garden, gardener from it.
Is 23.
You also hear the word suicide occasionally. Like two people are arguing. One is constantly saying the word murder. One is constantly saying the word suicide.
We're arguing about whether or not A gardener
Yes.
who was killed in his garden committed suicide or was murdered.
Yes. And then there's the word lover passed around occasionally. Those are the words you can pick up because they're a bit of a distance away. You're traveling and they're being
Yeah.
rather quiet. Yeah, so those are the words you can pick up. And this is like, you guys can see the first houses in between
looked-
trees.
At Leaf's reaction, because if I can hear it, he can hear it.
Oh yeah. His ears flick, because he's a Tabaxi, towards the people talking, but he's still keeping an eye on the road, and just tilts his head slightly at that. And will do a signal to one of the guards at the front, who it is Renia, will actually twist the side, will stop for a bit and talk to one of the people there, but you guys are
Insight
continuing to
check.
travel.
Such a large insight check, Sonya.
Yes, go ahead.
That's a for sure insight. That's pretty good. 26.
What are you looking for?
A lot of things, like any more specifics on the case that I can pick up, what they're doing, what those hand signals mean.
Okay, the hand signals seem to be, from what you can get from context, is I heard something weird, can you check it out? Sort of hand conflict. And hand signal that Leaf gave Renia, and Renia did a hand signal of I'll handle it, basically. And then went to the people. And it seems to be Renia is talking to them about what happened, gathering information. Probably what to avoid if there was an actual murder. Because diplomat being around a murder.
I'll lean to Leaf. Is something the matter?
Oh, there's just something happened up ahead, and we're gathering information to make sure we are safe.
Of course.
But as for hearing it, you can hear a couple more words while you're driving away.
Words.
Yes. Renia is clearly asking them about what's happened, like, what did you guys hear? And you hear gardener murdered, the other person jumps in, suicide, lover.
Already heard all those words.
Yes, and we'll point in the direction in town, and
What town would that be?
the town that you're going to, the Garden of Life. Big one.
Oh. Great. Love that. Internally,
And-
just why is it always murder?
Why?
Why can't it be
Damn
just
it.
petty theft?
And you hear the name Yethide. You don't know how to spell it yet, because you just heard it. But yes.
I'll spell it phonetically.
How do you spell it?
Can he at least try to spell it?
Do you want me to say it out loud, Sonya?
If you want to, like, of course. No, it's fine. Yethide is the name you get, though. But that's all you can hear. After, like, 2 minutes, Renia will catch up to you guys, cart next to you, and will give a hand signal to Merla, and Merla will actually move to the front in front of you, and Renia also on the front of you. They seem to be talking quickly, very quickly, and a little bit informally, but not child informally, about what's happening. Some hand motions. You can't see it because there's 2 carts in the way, and then they split and go on either side.
Waves Will over.
Will's at the front of the cart.
Well, excuse me, I'll say to Leaf.
Of course.
I'll hop back into the real section of the cart.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of chatting around. What's going on?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. And internally, like, to her telepathically. But I'll repeat what Leaf said out loud. There's a situation up ahead and then making sure that everything is safe to go forward. Internally, I'll go. There's been a murder of a gardener, and it's either a suicide or a murder, but it's always murder. So my bet's on murder. Externally, I'll tell Vioré. There's been a bit of a situation I've had up ahead on the road, and things and such. I'm making sure it's safe for us to proceed and everything. And in the mind with everyone, I'll hook Nectar up to this one-way conversation. There's been a murder of a gardener in a garden named Euthade, probably. There were some talks of a lover, and it could have been a suicide. But it's always murder. So
It's always murder. It's always murder.
Yeah, but don't let anyone know we know that, okay? That's an internal thing.
Great, a murder. Ha ha. Oh gosh.
We will see, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
Woo! Jazz hands! Invisible jazz hands.
What is it with
Kidding,
crimes
when you
following
said
you around?
That, yeah,
Remember what I told you the first time when I met you, Bree? And you were talking about
Yeah.
crime, and I said, don't jinx it? This is why.
I thought the zombies were a jinx, not this.
Oh, it could be worse than zombies. The zombies are mindless, easy to deal with. Murderers tend to not be. Especially if they frame it as a suicide.
I don't know. Those pigs were pretty intelligent.
No. Maybe to you. I mean, I have a little bit of a badger, so got some badgering, but I didn't have to deal with the spiders. Or a bear. That's an internal thing, but then I'll would that be all? Or would you like us to remain inside with you, my lady?
Bree, that's for you. Do you want them to stay inside with you?
Just one of you.
Are we alright?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back sitting up front.
Mentally, it's please keep an eye out. You're the only one who actually knows somewhat of the language.
Yep, that is exactly what I'm doing. You don't need to clarify that to me.
I know, just making sure.
No.
Once you get back to the front of the cart, Leaf will say, welcome back.
Yes. Lady just wanted to know what's going on. She got a lot of chit-chatting for her life.
Of course. As long as she stays inside the cart for now, she should be fine until we get a handle on the situation.
Of course. But I will try not to look like I'm trying to examine everything about the situation from every angle with the information I have currently.
Mm-hmm.
But Will is in like mystery
Solving mode. Let's go.
Mysteries.
Okay. First, make a investigation check. Then make a deception check. For if you can hide that you're interested in this or how much you're looking into this.
Nat 20 for investigation.
Oh my god, holy shit.
+7 for clarification. And then 18 total, I think, for deception.
Okay, not too bad. From what you get from the investigation, though, you are going like into the town now. You passed the first couple houses. And you can pretty clearly see there's some crowds gathering around certain areas, like around restaurants and stuff, talking. A lot of people here are uncomfortable, it seems. Like they're used to being somewhere else instead of here. Like in an actual garden right now. This seems to be the part of town that this garden is placed in, pretty close to the side. It's on one side of the stream that you've been following, and on the other is another part of the same thing. The mountain is looming above you, and in the distance, well, not that far of a distance, like a couple of houses blocks down, you can see the garden. It's rather lush, and there are normal guards and one Fang in front of the door currently. They're talking to people, pushing them away. The Fang is actually talking to other people. The Fang looks very nervous right now. Like glancing everywhere at everyone, nervous.
Sonya raises an eyebrow at this sight.
You can barely see a crowd of people in the distance since you're inside the wagon. And the wagon windows are normally to the side more.
But still, a crowd of people in the distance, like,
I'm
what's going over
transmitting
there?
this information to
Yeah.
everyone too. The advantages of being able to talk in your mind.
Yeah. And you can see that the Fang is the one doing a little bit of the investigations around, and the guards are the ones keeping the people away.
Are they used to having to deal with situations like these?
Are you asking Leaf?
No.
Or me?
Like, based on the Fang's body language and the way the people are reacting.
No, not at all. The people are like, someone was murdered. Someone was murdered.
Are there Fangs like traipsing around the crime scene? Because if it's worse than Sybil.
It's one
I'm
Fang
trying
on
to
the crime
test.
scene right now, and a bunch of guards.
One.
One Fang right now. Looking around,
I get the feeling that this was super recently.
Yeah, pretty recently. At least the body was discovered pretty recently, it seems. That's what you can get from it.
Do I hear any other words that would make it more specific?
You hear a couple more words. Human girl last night. Murderer. She totally did it. No, she didn't.
It's never the first suspect.
Last seen. Etc. Basically, those are the words you hear. There's a lot of gossip happening right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out an overturning cause of death.
The townspeople don't seem to have any idea, and the guards are not talking about what's in there. They're like, there seems to be a lot of speculation, rumors. There's rumors of like they were stabbed through the heart. They
I don't really want to write down rumors.
blew themselves up with a firework.
Sure.
A mace to the head. So many rumors, so wildly different. Yeah. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. I think back to Bree, like, well, there's a garden right there, so perhaps you should ask if that's where we're stopping.
Pardon? Is that the garden up ahead?
Merla will look at you and then look at the building, be like, yes, it is, though it is currently off limits.
How
I'm
come?
sorry for the inconvenience. A crime occurred there.
Oh,
Crime?
It is
Who could have seen
dangerous.
that coming?
you get a
Death
glare, a death glare from
Internally, Will's like, yes, play dumb. Information.
from
Who could
Vioré
see that coming?
to Vioré gets a death glare. Like, he's got a turn again,
I
darling.
know. Sorry. But I'm right though.
Please excuse my words.
It's okay. I understand.
In some ways, I'm making you them like become better friends because they're bonding over the fact that they have bad training stuff stories.
Yeah, it's kind of working. Yep. You guys roll so well on these deception checks.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
They'll never find us out until they do.
Yep.
Inevitably.
With our natural 20, though, you see a couple of people are watching your cart as well. Pretty obviously, there's a young, what's the word? Triton woman. There's a Tabaxi man. There's a couple of people around that are watching you guys. Some that are more interested in you guys than the murder that just happened.
Okay, give me more specific descriptions.
Okay. There's a young Triton woman who seems to have a bit of her ear, like, cut off, like some sort of weapon or something. Got it. There's a Tabaxi man, gray fur, orange stripes occasionally along it, who it looks to be older, middle-aged about, who's watching you. And both of them are on the opposite side of the street from where the garden is. And they're a bit of a distance away, but they're very interested in you guys. And there is another Tabaxi, this one a child, like early teens, about red fur, with a couple of black dots here and there, who is also watching you guys pretty interestedly.
These people look of great import. Are people staying out of their way?
They are blending in rather well with the crowd. They don't seem like they're important. They just
They
seem
don't have
like they're...
weapons on them?
No, not that you can see.
So what is the plan?
We are going to head to another part of town where it's not as dangerous, and we can visit a garden there, if you'd like.
DM, is it possible for me to sense what I'm searching for? Like, is it possible?
What are you searching for?
Something green that you know.
The private chat me what you're looking for.
Okay.
You have 3 guesses.
I believe that would be
Oh, the actual dragon. You can try if you want to. But there's a lot of green dragon stuff around here. Like a lot. A lot.
And we're gonna check every one of them. Let's go.
Okay.
I would
There's,
believe
like,
that would be
decorations.
safest.
Jewelry people are wearing, paintings, everything is reminiscent of green dragons here.
I mean, like, sense it with the, the
magic?
Dragon
necklace.
magic.
Yeah, the magic.
Unfortunately for you, there's not a type of magic that is dragon magic. But if you are looking around for certain types of magic, there are plenty of magic things around. Practically every single house has a form of abjuration magic around it. Near the doors, by the windows, everything. There is the garden has a bit of illusion magic around it. There is some necromancy magic around the garden as well. It seems to be conjuration here and there. Most of the magic is centered around the garden, but there's plenty of abjuration magic everywhere.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
If you are using your necklace, though,
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do mostly.
to try and sense the area, you don't really get anything specific, but you feel dragonish towards the center, probably. Maybe.
The center. I see. Thank you.
Towards the giant mountain that's supposedly a giant dragon turned to stone. Maybe that's a place to start.
Maybe.
But yes. As far as you know. Ninth Lady Brisanna of the Fae Queen Demir, Queen of the Drops. you are talking to them, trying to get. You were saying that would be the safest, but
Yes, that would be safest. But I feel like, at least from what I see, they're in need of some extra aid in this investigation of whatever it may be.
I can assure you we have it handled. It is our own people, and our fangs are very capable of investigations of this sort. Thank you for your interest, though. It would be too risky to have someone of such a high status as yourself involved in a criminal case where you might be targeted and killed.
Watching through Bree, is she right that they're good at investigation, or should I insight check her?
You can insight check if you want. They're pretty good. I mean, like, you can't see into the garden, but
For her, does she, like, looking at her
does she believe it?
body language, that is a 21.
Yeah, she believes it.
Okay.
That they're pretty good.
But if any extra service and aid is needed, my guide happens to be very perceptive.
He will look confidently.
The guide is Will.
I know. I'm just like confident in my party.
Yes. Well, that is very nice. Perhaps we can have your guide look through the area, perhaps at some point, if we cannot find anything. You can persuasion check if you'd like.
Yes,
I'll help, or Vioré should help.
Can I help?
Yes.
Thank you for helping. That was a 4.
We only roll good, and when we roll bad, we help each other.
Teamwork!
Teamwork!
Natural 20 plus 2.
Look at that!
Well
We've
done!
all rolled a natural 20 this session in like the first hour and a half. Good going, guys.
Does your
Nice.
guide have experience with criminal cases such as this?
You bet she does. He does. Sorry.
What she mentioned.
Well, he does have a knack for... Well, you know how people are in Sebel.
Dirty!
What
That's so
happened?
fucking dirty. That's dirty play. Foul play.
Damn.
Foul fucking play. Well, of course, but you need a level of experience to deal with a possible suicide case. Which is the first you've heard of it being an actual suicide, like out loud,
Mm-hmm.
that your character, like you're the person you're pretending to be.
Oh,
Can Vioré volunteer? Like, are you guys sure that this is a suicide case?
That is what
Like,
the
really, really
investigation
sure.
is for.
I
Of
will poke
course.
my head back there. Is everything alright?
we're just discussing a bit more about whether or not you'd be able to help with this.
I believe I can speak my own credentials.
Please do.
Well, what are we dealing with? All I've been informed is that there's some sort of situation.
It appears to be some sort of suicide, though there are reasons to be suspicious of it. Currently,
Would prefer I get involved with this, my lady.
If it is needed.
Oh. For my
we work
past.
fine as we are, but perhaps having an outside eye on it would help a bit to, if it's a foreigner who has done this.
Yes. And I will try and I have some experiences with perhaps mystery solving is a better word for it. I
They're speaking in Savage right now. So.
Yeah. Put this. When I was in my hometown in
Just
there was several murders.
how unfortunate. I'm sorry for that.
Yes. It was greatly unfortunate. But I helped to solve them. We're looking for credentials here. I have some ability in the matter.
Okay.
But of course, your hands are going to be the most capable. This is your home, so
Yes.
unless you call on me.
Perhaps if you know better, since you are the guide and looks at Vioré up and down, and
Yes.
the
Vioré
guard,
just smiles.
Yes.
Vioré smiles.
just wide childlike grin, just like. Perhaps you knowing the dangers or helping to discover it would help to protect your lady.
Yes, if there is any security list, I'd like to get resolved as soon as possible.
Of course. Then we shall stop a bit farther down, much farther down, looks at all of the people around, and we
Yes.
can come back here. The problem is, though, if you are coming with us into the crime scene, is your lady coming with you?
I will look at Brie. My lady, do you wish to expose yourself to such terrible circumstance? I would be loath to leave you unprotected.
She got me,
Ideally,
don't
it
worry.
would be important for me to see how
Okay.
the fangs operate in such circumstance.
Perhaps you will remain close then. I put on an air of like, I don't really want to expose a noble to murder.
But if
Probably-
she says she wants it,
No,
oh,
I
well.
can't argue legally.
But I'd rather not see the recently deceased. I would like to observe the investigation.
We can arrange for that. And she will guide the carts a couple blocks down into this big city, though it's a city of sorts, it appears to be smaller towns and stuff connected by roads very close together. It seems that each little town area of the city has its own little garden area. So you guys go over to the next town-ish, the district of the city, basically. And park the carts there. And Renia will stay with the carts.
Mm.
So we'll leave as Marla starts walking you guys towards the crime scene. Wow.
Turn my camera on for this.
You think crime scene. So it's obviously a murder.
Yes. Totally.
Uh-huh. Finger guns.
Totally. But yes, you guys eventually get led to the garden again, towards the front. The Marla very quickly talks with one of the guards, and then the guard will leave and get the Fang who is there. The people are still very loud talking around you guys, especially since you guys are going in there now. It's causing even more commotion. People being like, what? Who are these people? Why are they going into the crime scene? What's happening? But you guys eventually
I want to keep an eye on the people that were watching the cart.
They're still watching you guys.
Are
They've
they
moved a
focusing
bit.
on
Some of
anyone
them
in
are-
particular?
All of them are still around. The kid is
Are
playing.
they focusing on anyone in particular?
Oh, focusing on anyone in particular.
Like, are they
Bree.
watching Bree? Yeah.
Bree.
That's what I thought.
The
It'd
child
kind of be
occasionally
hard
glances at
not
you.
to.
And
I
the
will-
Triton occasionally glances at Vioré, specifically at the giant dragon scale you have in a place that worships a
Understandable.
dragon.
Understandable.
Like, did he murder a dragon, or was he given that?
Did he
So
murder
they
a dragon?
assume. No.
They assume murder.
Yeah.
But
Kavir just smiles at them back, just like, hey, hello,
hey, how you doing?
hey guys.
He just interacts with the people.
Yeah, he does that.
Well, we're screwed.
Essentially.
They avoid eye contact with
internally.
you if you try to interact.
Can I gauge the three people that are watching all of us? Are they simply curious, or is there another motive going on here?
Make an insight check.
That's what I thought.
Can I help?
Thanks. Much better. Gosh, what's 16 plus 7?
23.
23.
Kate is definitely just curious, very curious. The Triton is seeming to keep her glances away from, keeping her eyes away from the dragon scale as much as possible, but it's clear that she has some sort of interest in that. A very clear interest in that specifically. She's not just curious.
And the Tabaxi?
And Tabaxi also seems to be curious.
Just curious?
Curious and worried a little bit. Because that one's specifically watching 3 a lot. But eventually, another fang comes out. Same sort of spear, but this time with a sword as well. Both seem to be made out of the same bone-like material. And she, this Tabaxi woman, seems to talks with Merla for a bit, and then turns to you guys, and then is like about to say something, and then turns to Merla and says, which you can pick up on, Will, is like, I don't know how to speak Savish. I didn't think this through.
Hey, same buddy.
And then Merla will speak. This is Mellow Fields. She is the thing in charge of
What
the
was that?
investigation. Mellow Fields.
Hmm.
She is the thing currently in charge of this investigation to look over what happened. She will be guiding you, and I will be your translator, of course, of everything. Lady Brisanna. The body is in the bedroom, so if you would like to avoid seeing the body, then I suggest staying in one of the other rooms of the house in a place that Mello has already cleared. It is your choice, of course. Mello will say something. Merla will nod, and then right this way, of course. And I will take you into the garden. The first thing you guys see when you enter is this big open space. There aren't a lot of walls in the bottom floor. It's pillars that lead into the garden space around. There are like chairs and stuff around. They appear to be positioned in a circle with a podium of sorts in the center. And like above on the like circular type of dome on top is paintings, murals of sorts of different aspects of the Tempest's life. There is one of her and a friend, a humanoid figure, stabbing her hand, water flowing down, her turning to stone. One of her flying, one of her curled up as a dragon with a group of people, like next to her, though very small. And there's a couple of just her like helping around. It seems to be human forms of her in a village, helping people, talking to people, giving water, building houses, etc.
I will examine this area.
Yes, go ahead.
Investigation?
Yes. Mello is looking around in certain places. Points to
22. Cool.
is pointing to a some of the like half of the room, and is like and says something, and then Merla is like, this area is clear for you all to sit in. Will, while you are looking around with a 22, you can see not much of interest in this room. It appears pretty well kept here. There are there are a couple of trap doors, it seems. Not like hidden ones, but there are trap doors here and there that have handles that aren't locked. Like around towards the back of the rooms and stuff. We're gonna call a break here just for a bit. Be back shortly. And we're back. A very short break. So yes, there are trapdoors and stuff around, important murals along the walls, all of which are very much intact and very pretty, and appear to have some sort of magical essence around them. The chairs and stuff appear to have been moved around relatively recently, especially on the side of the room that the Tabaxi Fang has cleared. And
I roll investigation.
yes, Will just did as well, so I'm giving some of those details from that. But other than that, this room, you can, like, there are birds and stuff flying through here relatively easily. There's, like, this is part of the garden. It seems to be where most of, like, the people come and worship. It's very open to the rest of the garden. The air, the breeze comes through a lot. It's,
Okay. Do the trapdoors look like they have been used recently?
yes. They look like they are used constantly. The handles are very worn down, where the rest of it is, like, old metal, a little bit rusty. The place where the handle, like, the people grab onto it is very fresh, very shiny still, worn down. The doors look to be, like, scraped up along the edges, like they've been opened and closed a lot. And so, yeah, that's what you can get from the trapdoors. They are not hidden. They are very public. And there are, like, there's a wall on the back that just seems to lead to the actual, like, rooms and stuff of the, like, the gardeners and stuff and who live here.
Is it, who's the guard that speaks, the thing that speaks Slavish?
It is Merla.
Merla.
Merla Highwater. She's a Triton. She has the swirly paint around the fingers, as well as, like, a lot higher on her arms and stuff as well. She seems to be more connected to Tempest than Rinia was.
Vioré and Nectar are staying here, right?
Yes. If they want, they can join if they'd like.
I'll just look at you and be like, just motion like, can I come? Kind of.
You can go if you wish.
Like,
Nectar, of course, stands by Bree's side. Very prim and proper. She definitely has a dagger hidden in her sleeve, though. You can pick up on that. She's like, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get Merla's attention and can you ask Mela Fields, was it? If
Mela, yes.
Mela, if she knows what happened in the last evening, like, was there any special occasion?
I can ask, of course. She turns and asks Mello seemingly the same question, a couple more words here and there. Towards the front, more like Will asked if there's what happened specifically. There's an answer, which you can get is pretty accurate to what Marilla tells you later, which is, well, apparently, from what the crime scene looks like, there was no event so much. They were prepping, of course, for Tempsday today, but they do that every week. And from what we've heard from the townspeople, rumor mill, they took in a young human lady the night before, who would be our main murder suspect if it was a murder. And she was gone the next morning. No one exactly saw her leave, and the gardener was dead. It did not appear to be a... Mello says something. You will see the body. It does not appear to be murder outright. Though,
Have you checked the entirety of the garden?
no,
Because
it
if no
is
one
a
saw her
process
leave-
to check everything. It was late at night. It was late evening when the human woman met up with the gardener. And then late at night, supposedly, when she left.
While she's talking, Will's pulling his leather gloves on.
It's like, okay, back to the grind. Let's
And
go.
we're gonna go
Gotta
see
do
a
this.
body. Let's do this.
Yep.
Woo! The gardens around are a bit harder to check since there is wildlife around, but we are in the process of checking the building first for any signs to guide us if we are going to check the gardens, as is our usual process. Yes, the body is through this door over here. If you would like to stay here, my lady, it is your choice.
Telepathically to Bree. If you want to ask around, I guess. Want to try to
Talk
see
to
if
the
there's any
townspeople.
footprints outside, or have Nectar talk to the townspeople. You're in too much of a fancy gown to be able to talk to
Yeah.
the townspeople.
I was planning on looking around for footprints, mostly while wandering the gardens. Wandering, you know?
If it's muddy, don't step in it. Your footprints will get confused.
Okay.
It has just rained.
So you might need to be careful.
Mhm.
I'd suggest just asking around at first until we can come back and
Mhm.
etc. etc.
It rained last night.
Yeah, to everyone, don't mess up the crime scene.
Don't step anywhere that hasn't been investigated before. Please, god damn it. But yeah, you get led.
I'll also ask Vioré if he can keep his magic sight up. So,
My what's up?
your
his
magic
magic
sight.
sight.
Obviously. Will do.
If you have your magic sight up, the murals on the top, of course, are very much magical. They appear to be... I'm sorry, I have a table of what magic things are now, so I can use that. They appear to be illusion magic.
Mhm. I'll just like your sign like illusion magic.
And along the doors appears to be abjuration magic. You do see there is 6 pointed stars next to each door. As well as along the walls, abjuration magic that appears to be very, very faint as you are walking into the room, because the actual temple area didn't have walls. There appear to be very, very faint circles all over the wallpaper, which light up magic. Very magical. And before you go
I
in,
see.
Mello actually will touch the star, trace it, and her iris will turn like green just for a second,
I see.
and then we'll enter in. And she did something with the magic there. You don't know what yet.
I don't know what, but I'll just like stay really close to my partner. Yeah, Will. And just like whispers, like psst, everything that happens.
This is this. This is this.
You can just speak telepathically. You don't need to whisper.
Oh, I
There
thought people
appears to
were-
be a bit of evocation magic around the outside of the gardens outside as you're walking into the room.
Okay.
Once you are inside, let me
Once we're inside.
set the scene. Let's be the right. And I turn this down. And okay. As you are walking into the room, the first thing you notice is there's a body on the bed.
I
Face
hope
up,
so.
Oh no.
lying
Will-
backwards.
Mhm.
A knife in the right hand, a letter in the left that is open, and a long gash across the throat
Oh.
that is bleeding. Well,
Oh.
was
Is-
bleeding.
does
It's
it-
dried now.
Does it look like Mello is in charge of the investigation?
Yes.
Then I will, in as broken Tempest as I can manage, will still be understandable.
Mhm.
Can I approach Meldress?
What are you saying to her?
Like, can I approach gesturing toward the body? Like,
Oh.
I can move closer to it.
She just nods at you. Easiest way.
I'll nod back and I'll.
And then in Tempest, do not touch.
Yes.
Hey, I'll go to Will and be like, "There's necromancy magic."
In the house. You haven't pinpointed where exactly it is yet.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying in general, just like I can sense it.
There appears to
What
be
magic?
illusion magic along the walls and
Illusion
floor of
magic.
this room as well. Necromancy in the house, illusion magic along the walls and ceiling and floors of this room as well.
I'm going to sort of drag my feet in canes, like I'm limping really heavily, but I'm feeling across the floor and wall to see if there's any bumps, blood stains, anything being hidden by illusion magic.
Smart check. As you're like scraping and feeling along. Nope. No blood
Perfect,
stains
though.
that you can find that are hidden by illusion magic. But obviously there is like carvings along the wall that you can't see because of the illusions, but they are there. Sigils of some kind, magic. You
I have a
can't
feeling that
exactly pick up
something
what they are.
important to the case was hidden by this illusion magic.
It might
Or
get.
that people in this garden are hiding something.
It appears like the carvings have been there for a long time, like a very long time. So it appears to be like they were there when the garden was made. So probably not.
The floor is interesting, though.
It is.
I will.
You don't find anything that sticks out to you while you're dragging along to the body.
Well, just looking like I'm limping extra heavy, but like feeling all around.
Yes.
And I'm going to not touch, but carefully examine Ithade's corpse for
All right.
rigor mortis, stuff, sorry, no time of death, etc., etc., etc. Going down my question list. And the knife's still at the seat, right?
Yes. In the person's hand. Right hand.
I'll think to Vioré. Is there any magic along the body?
Odd.
On the body.
Yeah, any magic?
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah, there's abjuration magic on the body. There's necromancy magic on the body. There is a tiniest sprinkle of divination magic, some transmutation magic. Yep, and that's all you can get.
Roll investigation.
Sure. Oh, let me describe the body in a little bit more detail. It is a Triton man. He's, Triton person. Seems to be malish in physique. They are laying on their back. They have little bits of fur here and there growing out of them, even though they are Triton. And they have perfectly kept rings of green paint around their arms, around their neck, and a circle in the middle of their forehead, which you haven't seen on anybody else at this point. There are a lot of circles all over them. They don't appear to have a shirt on at the moment. So you can see the circles around the rest of their body as well. The gash is along their neck, right across the veins and the actual center part of their throat. It appears there is blood that soaks down across the chest and covers parts of the paint there. And the knife has blood on the tip of it, of course. Looks to be about the same age from initial inspection as...
On the tip?
Well, along the... as what you would expect from someone slit their own throat. And a little bit down the hand as well, since they were holding the knife.
He stabbed himself in the hand while holding a letter. That's practically impossible.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too.
Also, if you slit your throat, you're not going to be alive long enough to stab a knife into your hand.
They didn't
Yep.
stab it, they're holding it. And like, they didn't stab it into the hand, they were holding it, and then they did this, and of course blood drips down onto the hand. The hand's not bleeding. It has blood on it from the throat. When you slit your throat, it bleeds.
I'm going to look at the blood spatter pattern.
Make an investigation check.
Can I have help from Vioré?
And I have, yeah, I was just about to say that.
It doesn't fucking matter. Natural 20, baby.
Yes.
I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going. What the fuck?
Natural 20. Okay.
So that is...
Okay.
I want to
Don't
X-ray
die.
examine this body and find out everything about the scene, basically. I rolled the highest I could possibly get. Yay!
Damn.
Yeah, apparently. Blood splatter does not match the cut of the knife. There should be a little bit more blood splatter along like the actual pillows
Oh.
and stuff. It does not match.
We'll take notes like it's just like the leaf thing all over again.
Another thing, as you're like examining the hands and stuff, clearly they were left-handed, not right-handed, because the muscles in the left hand are a little bit stronger and they're holding the letter in it. They didn't set the letter down, supposedly. The letter is able so you can read it. A couple other things. This person died 3.5 hours ago and their paint is from 3 hours ago.
Hmm.
It looks like it was touched up about 3 hours ago, which is not lining up. A couple other things. They, I guess they were bleeding from their throat. That was actual blood. It's just not as, not as bloody as it's supposed to be, you know? Because clearly their throat was sliced after they were dead.
Yeah, and there's, not blood on the ceiling from the throat being slashed, so...
Yeah. Yeah, that too. It's a little bit off.
Mm.
Amelo's irises are currently green and she is sitting down in the chair, staring into space, it seems like. Well, not sitting in a chair, standing next to a chair, because she doesn't want to contaminate a crime scene.
So, Will, any findings?
I think so. The blood spatter pattern doesn't match, and it looks like the paint was put on 3 hours ago, but he died at least 3.5 hours ago.
They,
They.
Marla says they.
Sorry. Thank you. There's not enough blood around the wound.
Okay, that's
The throat was slashed after he died.
uh-huh. So what
The
do you
body
think
is
the
very
cause of
clearly
death?
like
Okay.
placed like that, and the body is placed like that. If you slit your own throat while sitting up, which is what the blood spatter looks like, and then fell back, your arm would not conveniently be so comfortable of a position.
They were placed. If they did it sitting up like what the blood pattern is supposed to suggest, then it wouldn't look like this.
Wait, I have a question then. So you said the throat was slashed after they were killed, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So what do you think is the cause of death?
It's a good question.
You can't tell.
Hey, telepathically to you, Vioré, it looks like the body was physically changed. Like there's magic on it that suggests it was transformed to look like something else.
Are we allowed to do autopsy on the body?
Oh no, we're not allowed to touch it.
Damn it.
Mello blinks and looks really confused and says something quickly to Merla, which you can pick up on the words of tampered with wards, not right. And they say some much more quick words. And Merla seems to ask Mello a question. And then go over to you guys. You can flip the body if you'd like, turn it around the different places.
Can we search the body a bit? Because
I want to read the letter first.
You can if you'd like.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not talking out loud. I want to read the letter.
The letter says, Yethide, your readiness to forget about me after a whole year together breaks my heart. We have a child together. So many happy memories, and you are willing to forget it all immediately. Dariva keeps asking about you and why you left us. You know, other gardeners care about their children. Their children are part of their community. You, though, you think because you and I are no longer partners, you can treat her like trash. I thought you actually cared about us. You said you did not care about the 1-year limit, that you would stay with us long after. So be it if you get shunned. Now I see that it was just another one of your lies. Tempest sees your lies, Yethide. And you will face your wrath. You will face her wrath, remember that. For now, however, I have sent this letter to let you know that I cannot live in the same world as you. Seeing you around has caused me tremendous pain, and I am afraid I will become fallen. I have taken it upon myself to prevent that from happening. I will not let my community face another fallen monster. As much as it pains me, I will do what is right. And I hope you will come to your senses and do the same, Yethide, fallen of the crown. Namia. Spelled Namya. Namnia. Signed at the bottom.
Okay. I'm going to come back to the note. The dagger.
Mhm.
Does it look like something a priest basically would own?
Yes, it's rather fancy. There are carvings of dragons along the front of it.
Is it a ceremonial dagger?
It looks to be so, but it is sharp enough that it could cut something.
ooh, that looks cool.
And I'm going to look back at the lever. Guess I'll look at its handwriting first. See
And
if
you do
it-
notice that there's a spot where the knife would go on one of the walls, like an empty rack. There we go.
Excuse me, are we allowed to search his body? I'll just ask the people there.
Yes, though please be careful.
No. What's the handwriting like on the note? Does it match someone who's going to commit suicide and sent a double suicide letter to their jilted lover?
Yeah, it matches pretty well. It's rather fancy, though there are some places where there are tear stains on it.
By the way, while that's
Ink
going,
runs
can
a
I
bit.
search his body for like any wounds other than the
Search their
obvious
body. Yeah, you can.
search there?
Roll an investigation check. It's not quite the right tone. The letter is just like slightly off in tone. It's like,
Suppose I'll make a follow-up religion check to see this person. What now?
DM, it's a 16.
16 for investigation of the body. You cannot find any other wounds. It is just the slice across the throat. But if you are flipping over the person to look for wounds,
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah.
on the
I'm
back,
doing it through body. So
the circles end where they would reach the bottom, like their back. And on the back are 2 painted wings, dragon wings of sorts, folded over on the
Bro,
back.
check this out.
Well, I'll look over at Marla.
Shock on her face. Same with Mello.
I'm
What
really
does this
surprised the other researchers didn't look at these stuff.
It's a sign of a fallen. When a fallen gets taken out of, how do you say it?
You can be blunt, I'm sure.
When the monster is killed, we paint wings on their back. So it's quite odd. And it looks rather well painted, not like they painted it on their own back.
Is it around 3 hours ago when this was painted on?
Yeah.
Was it?
Same time as the rest of the paint.
Okay, this was painted on 3 hours ago after he died as well.
They
They.
This is interesting and problematic for a gardener to have that whoever did this to them thinks that they were a fallen.
Fallen of the crown, according to the letter.
Fallen of the crown.
Yes.
I will look over the letter that you have. Interesting.
I would have left it in their hands.
Yeah. Mello says there is no sign of anyone entering into the wards, and that the wards seem to back up the claim of this person committing suicide, which is not true.
Clearly tampered with.
It's obviously not true.
Has magic.
There is
Oh,
signs in the wards of a human-looking person leaving the room, but that is earlier than when this person supposedly died.
Well, we've already established that they'd have interfered with a large portion of the body. It's not technically impossible to mess with time of death.
As well as mess with the actual sign of a human person leaving when they did. Could have
Yes,
left a
we-
lot later.
Or they've interfered with the wards.
It's interesting.
And is their wings? They don't have any bloodstains on them.
No.
Hmm. I will take out a magnifying glass
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna look over the body closely, look over the floor, move the glass around while I'm doing so. Vioré, why don't you see if you can search for pockets or anything on the body? I'll check the actual scene
Yeah.
around.
Mhm.
I'll move behind him. From, like,
Are you
telephone
using
to
a
bed.
spell?
Only if I think I can get away with it.
Roll an insight check.
Math. It's not my strong suit. 23.
Mello seems very paranoid and is watching you guys very closely. So, no, you probably wouldn't be able to get away with it. She keeps glancing at the windows towards the tree line.
Does she seem personally nervous? Like she's worried of either being implicated or that this is a serial killer?
More towards the serial killer side. And she's looking around the room and says something to Bella. Word that you don't know yet. And Merla will respond as a couple words you know. I don't see one.
Oh, give him a curious glance, but go back and I'll take off my gloves so I can actually feel on the floor. Because if there was an actual blood stain, it would probably spill off the bed.
Mm-hmm. You can't find any.
Mm.
Interesting, right?
Looks like whoever
Very
did this kind of
interesting.
cleaned up the body, cleaned up the scene.
But Mello is going through desks and stuff now, looking for things. Seems to get a little bit agitated.
She's seeing perhaps a little paranoid.
Yes.
Hmm. I guess I'll make a personal insight check on her.
Is it possible to help in an insight check?
Not with this one.
Okay.
It's fine, I don't need it. My +7 is really coughing and clutch here.
What did you get?
22.
22. They seem to be, what are you looking for here? Why they're paranoid?
Why glancing out if there's anything to do with this? Because they seem to think that something is to do with this related to why they're paranoid. So
Yes. They seem to be looking for a specific sign of like what someone might have left here. They keep mentioning one word, like not obsessively repeatedly, but occasionally, like where could blank be? They must have hidden blank somewhere. You can't really tell what it is. Yeah. Unless you ask. And he keeps looking out the windows towards the tree lines up in the branches. That's what you can get from that.
I will look at Nella then. Is there supposed to be illusion magic on the floor?
Well, yes, to a certain extent, it's meant to hide some
Oh,
of the runes and stuff, but not to a large extent. Why?
There also
Well,
looks to be
that might be a
some.
problem.
Yeah, there might be a problem. Also, the body looks that it has signs of some magic being casted on it or having magic.
That makes sense. There's always a level of magic around the paint and stuff, but only certain magics. But how much on a scale from 1 to 10?
Oh, telepath. You're hey, how much on a scale from 1 to 10, you think?
On the
Body?
floor and on the body.
On the body, if you want a percentage.
10.
I'd say illusion magic on the illusion magic on the floor is about a 7 currently. The part of it.
I examine it closer with the magnifying glass.
That's a 7, that's
Yeah, I
a 8,
agree.
that's a 5, that's a 10. And it's like one by one, just like says
The
every
floor
one of
should
them.
not be that much for sure. Perhaps it's hiding something. Someone's tracks leaving or something. Signs,
Perhaps.
blood splatter, secret entrances. So many
It would be
things.
pretty powerful if it can hide what you're feeling too.
Exactly. Could also be remnants of illusion magic if They did mess with the wards.
Do you have anyone who knows how to deal with that, dispel that?
The wards or the illusion
The
magic?
illusion magic. I don't dare wish to get rid of the security.
That's fine. I am sure we can find someone in the area. Glances over at Mello, who is still paranoidly searching through something. But for now, I think we should stay here. And she seems to like make a slight hand motion. That is the symbol of revealing truth, and then just slightly look towards Mello. And this is just so you guys can see it, not Mello can see it. Is there anything else we should be looking through in your experience of mothers?
Well, without certain materials on it, which didn't want to bring to a foreign country, it'd be sort of bad manners. We wanted to indicate true cause of death if it didn't change the blood of the victim. We could try to find any poison or anything like that. Try to indicate any true time of death or specific stuff
We
like
have
that, but
people who can search for that.
yeah, I'm sure you already have people for that.
There's a
I hope you
specific
have people for
procedure for
that.
gardeners.
Yes,
since they
I'm
are
sure.
sick.
I don't want to interfere with that in any way. Vioré, do you want to keep looking around since you have a good nose for magic, and I'll go check the hallway?
Eyes for
good.
magic, more like.
Who does Mello follow? If we split up.
She's searching
she's-
them still.
Okay.
She doesn't really seem to care about you guys as much currently as the room.
Is there, how many people are there? Betty.
How many
In
people
this
where?
hallway. In the hallway. Outside of the room.
No one in the hallway outside of the room. The guards are around the perimeter, and you guys are the ones, and Mello are the ones checking the area.
Do I think I am currently being watched?
Make a perception check.
I currently being wrong.
Make a perception check.
Let's do the perception.
21.
21.
21 also, and that's what
High five to the camera.
Yes, both of you are being watched by the guards outside through what they can see through the windows. People looking through the windows. Townspeople curious from what they can see. They can't see a lot because like there's actual green stuff around. So you occasionally see people outside. Merla is watching you guys pretty closely.
Who is she watching specifically? Because we split up.
Good question. You're in the hallways, right? And Vioré
Yes.
is staying in the
In
room.
the room.
Then Vioré.
Awesome. So I want to make sure I'm out of view of the window so no one can see me, but need a short thing and do something.
Yeah, can I roll investigation for like a more diverse search of the room, not like just focused on the body?
Yeah, you can. Do that. I'll get back to you in a second, Will. Well, we're going to learn some things.
16.
16.
The lowest roll for today. Including everyone.
You guys roll so well. Okay, I rolled a 14 earlier. Don't worry. Let's see. Meta investigation of the room. You don't find much more than Will did, but a lot of the drawers and stuff have been messed with now that Mello's going through them. She and Marilla talk quickly for a second, and Mello seems to be getting very agitated. Which is what you can pick up on.
Let's see.
Okay, Will, though, you're using that thing. Do you want information from that?
Yes, of course I do.
Okay.
I'm looking first at what do I see from people's footprints coming in and out of the door? And prints in general. And I will do the time frame that I want.
What time frame do you want?
3,
4 hours ago?
Yeah, 4 to 2 hours ago.
Okay.
In that range.
You were walking the hallway, right? There's not a lot of footprints here. The occasional footprints here and there, range of colors, mostly browns and
I'm looking
tans
at the
and
time
stuff.
for the time the victim died, or if the victim.
None of them go towards the room, though, the bedroom.
I try to find victims' footprints then.
Victims' footprints during that time, 2 to 4 hours, they're in the bedroom.
They don't. I will move a little backwards then to see it when they entered. Unless they're not there.
They entered the bedroom about... Give me a second. Eight, 9 hours ago into the bedroom with a pair of teal footprints. Smallish. Humanoid-like.
Usually 9 hours ago is a long time.
It is.
Um,
But it was
well,
over the night, so they might have slept.
I keep watch on the door to see those teal footprints.
You're going forward in time again.
Yeah.
Yes. About 4 hours ago, the teal footprints come out of the room and head towards a smaller door where a lot of the tan brownish footprints came out of. A pair of black footprints. Which is kind of obvious because those footprints stick out.
Yeah. I suppose I will give a head up to Vioré that I found something and follow them.
While you're
Okay.
you follow them
Yeah.
through the servants' quarters and out what appears to be the back door through the garden and into the woods.
I don't step in the mud.
Of course.
That's a bad recipe for me, but I see how far they go in that direction.
They go into the woods and travel quite far. But while you are following those, Bree, you are outside. Are you talking to people or are you sending Nectar to talk to people?
Sending Nectar and following her around.
Okay. You are an intimidating presence. Got it. All right. You're talking to people. What you can gather is that people saw a pretty young human woman, walk into, with a fan that appears to have waves across it, walk into the garden with the gardener. They talked for a bit, very openly flirting, and then went inside together. And everyone thinks she's the murderer. Because
Okay.
she wasn't there in the morning and they were dead.
Can I ask the Nectar ask? Yes, we're going down a chain line. What was this person like? Not the girl, the gardener.
The answers you get are they were great, they were super kind, they helped the community out a lot.
Nothing about, like, personally who they were, if they had any friends.
people don't seem to go into a lot of detail with you guys, a foreigner, about the affairs of a gardener in this place, in a community that's pretty small. This information you get, they were
Can I also
quite
ask?
pretty. You can get their name. The
Yeah.
woman's name.
Is there a fan maker in town?
Most definitely.
They say most definitely, or do you say it out of character?
There's a fan maker, most definitely.
Okay.
What's the name? Where's the name? Where's the name? Athis Youngblood. A young human woman. With an E. Athes.
Okay.
Youngblood. Young human woman. She went in. She is the daughter of a failed convert, from what you can get. She's kind of really religious. She was kind of really religious before she disappeared off the face of the earth.
I would ask through Nectar.
Also, a human here.
Yeah.
Or with humans.
Could they point us in the direction of the fan maker?
There are multiple fan makers. That's the answer you get. Which one?
One in town.
There's none in this part of the town, but in other parts, like the city, there are. It's a big city.
Who had the most detailed description of the waves on the fan?
A young man, Triton. He was towards the
in our
front.
history.
He said he was
Everyone.
towards the front of the crowd when they were flirting very obviously on a balcony. Very obviously.
Very obviously.
It was so fucking late.
A more detailed description, like you said it had waves, but were they stylized waves in a specific way?
Yeah, in a specific way that matches here. Hold on.
Oh, you're sending me a picture.
No, I'm not.
You're not.
The waves follow. I'm trying to think of the waves. The waves followed along the fan.
Sonya is dying, everyone. And Ashley is looking smug.
I think I killed her.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Okay, so those waves along, they appear to be in a tealish color. Very pretty. The background was dark blue of sorts. Well made. Very well made.
Is there a fan maker who is known for such?
No one knows anyone. That would make a style like that.
But out of character, teal Sonya.
In character, teal Sonya.
Yes, it is. Interesting detail there, right?
Funny coincidence, I'm using a teal marker right now.
Perfect. But yes, that is the details of different people. That's fine. Everyone thinks it's her. Everyone. It's they're basically, it's so obvious. Also, how are you speaking to these people?
People really
You don't speak their
never
language.
read anything
Through
mysterious.
Nectar and the
Nectar doesn't speak the
translator
language.
over.
The translator. You mean the other guard?
Yeah,
Renia, who's with the cards.
Renia.
Didn't they stay
Who's
with the
with the
card?
cards?
Yeah. You have no one. Interpretive dance.
very distorted writing.
Just move your hands, like, don't. Yeah.
You can get like a couple of words out since you know a couple of the words,
Yeah.
but it's very hard. So what instead of like all that information, you get fan, girl, murderer,
Do I get colors?
human.
Because please tell me I practice
point to-
colors.
They'll point to colors. For you.
Okay.
So yeah, you get colors. Someone
And then I
draws
just
what the
create
fan
this
look
whole
like.
yeah. Can I have that picture?
They'll look very confused because they can't understand you. But if you go to reach out for the picture, they'll hand it to you.
Like she pointed at
Yeah, they'll
sometimes I
hand it
forget I
to
don't
you.
have my camera on. Yeah.
They'll give it to you.
She'll nod. And I guess go inside to try to find Will.
I'm pretty sure you can bump into him pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm coming back inside.
Oh.
Hi. He's like looking clearly at the ground, not looking at you, like looking around.
How is the investigation going?
I fill her in on everything I learned.
Mm.
Yes.
Hmm.
Did you find anything on your end?
I found an interesting detail about the girl. I tell him about the fan and the fact that her mom was a failed convert.
I just like come out of the place to the group.
I'm
Like,
going back up to Vioré, so I'll be back
Hey.
in a sec.
I see the bandits together now. Do you guys find anything extra?
I
Oh, we got some stuff.
telepathically filled everyone in on the footprint stuff.
Oh, that's interesting. 4 hours ago, and the body is 3.5, supposedly.
I'm sure if they measured, they could mess with the time of death. Or
You're
You
naked,
said there's
know?
necromancy magic around the body, right?
Yep.
yeah,
I'll
Okay.
most definitely mess with that.
urge bad. But I'm hoping we can walk around the garden and see where they've exited.
Ooh, garden.
Not on the inside, on the outside. And I
Still,
need to take
cool
at
plants.
least 5 minutes to add mud things to my canes.
So,
Or I'm going to be a very unhappy camper. And so is everyone else.
alrighty. But Will, when you get back, you can hear Merla and Mello are arguing. Not loudly. Muttered argument.
Yeah, but what words do I get out of this?
You get the word paranoid. You get the same word again that she kept saying over and over again. You don't know what it is. It's the thing she was looking for. And you get the words, it's not them. Let it go. It's someone else. And Mello seems very angry at that.
I don't know, religion? Check on Mello?
You can.
$17.
She's not connected to any entity specifically, though her leaning is currently towards paranoia.
Well,
Yeah.
The Watched. Yep.
I really don't want to deal with the watch again in 2 weeks, in the course of 2 weeks.
Don't worry, she's not linked to it yet.
I'll just. I didn't find too much of interest out and about. Although I think we're going to walk around the outside of the garden to see if we can find any footprints leading away from here. To The one who did Savage.
Yes, Merla.
Marla.
Merla.
Merla. Merla. You just call her Lady Highway if you want. I don't
Merla.
differentiate. Merla, yes. Because they both have M names. Just happen to be that way.
I can remember.
But Merla will be like, oh, that is alright. Is there anything specific you're looking for around?
Well, we're just going to check the footprints first and foremost, or any other signs of magic.
Alright.
Wait,
Not technically a lie.
Okay, are you asking just for this case or in general what we're looking for?
No, just this case around the
Okay.
gardens.
I will exit the room, hoping Vioré following me.
I believe
Yeah,
your
he's following.
friend is okay. You won't follow me. Good. But you could take the 5 minutes to change out your things on your.
Yeah. I put on not my nice dress shoes too.
Merla will turn to you, Brisanna, and be like, "My lady, it's quite muddy outside since it rained recently." Looks at your fancy dress. Are you sure you would like to go outside?
Eternally, Will's like, you spent like so much money on these dresses. Please, no.
She's in the green dress, not in the fancy orange one.
That was one of the ones you stole.
I honestly don't remember. Not gonna lie.
That's not a good sign. But you probably want to stay back anyway. Maybe you can check on the cart and see if there's any signs in the actual city.
Don't die while I'm away.
Make sure they're not looking through our stuff. No, we don't take on our sorrow plans.
Are you headed back towards the cart?
It's drier land, preferably, yes.
Unfortunately, I cannot come with you towards that. Since this is an open crime scene, I must stay with those who stay here.
That is understandable.
That's okay.
I can have a couple of the guards around here come with you if you'd like.
Yes, I'd feel much safer that way.
Of course. She will go up and talk to some of the guards in quick Tempest, and 4 of them will break off and walk with you back to the cart. You two, though.
Yes.
Do you still have that thing up?
As long as I can.
Yep. Which is how long?
10 minutes.
Like an hour.
10 minutes. Okay.
But I can cast it again.
I'm gonna say it's been 6 minutes currently. And then, wait, no, you spent 5 minutes switching out your thing. The first round is definitely gone out, so you're gonna have to cast it.
Is she gonna follow us, Marla?
Yes. But Mello is actually still staying around the room and staying with the rest of the
Okay, so the paranoid one that's watching
By the
us.
way, did Bree left us for the second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not for the session, not for the session.
No, not for the session. Can I tell her something before she leaves the group?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, if you
I'll get a head start while she stays with those two so I can cast a spell while I'm walking away.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll just say if you hear anything about a green dragon, remember we're searching for one, and it might be on this place, dead or alive. Okay. But if you hear something, that'll be really amazing. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
I suggest you go talk to some locals about their mythology.
I was
Yeah.
gonna, but we're helping with this case, so I don't want to leave these guys and Bill to themselves.
You'll have plenty of chances.
Bye. Just like go Swordsville.
I'm speed walking to where I saw the footprints.
I'm
come
running
out.
then.
You don't have to run. You can walk and you'll
Oh
catch
yeah,
up to
Bill.
me.
Yeah. I totally forgot about that. Sorry.
not quick.
Just like you speed
And
speed
Is
run.
is it
2
difficult
seconds.
terrain?
It's always difficult.
Yes.
Then I
Because this person is
physically
not following a
cannot run. So I have to go my like 15 feet for success. Speed walk. As speedy as we can get in mud.
As you guys are looking through the mud, correct, for the footprints. The rain washed away most of them, but your spell thing,
Well,
you can
that's not
easily-
how that works.
Yes, the rain washed away most of the actual physical footprints, but with your spell, you can easily track down. They leave the garden and head towards the actual forest, which is very like lush and very full of things, so it's kind of hard to follow the footsteps. And I'm
Yeah, it
assuming
looks
you
like-
are adjusting the time to keep with the footsteps.
Yes.
So heading
when we're,
away
like-
from the city.
Yeah, but it looks like they're leaving. Holding the magnifying glass. Not a microscope, magnifying glass.
Merla is confused as how you are seeing much through the thing. I was like, okay.
Magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass,
Miracle
yeah.
tool. Miracle tool.
And
Is it safe to go through the forest?
I would not suggest it. There are many, many creatures in there that
And whoever our suspect is, they went through there. So can't verify further.
that's the information you get from those footsteps. But after a while of following them, like after like into the forest, you can see like ahead. There's eventually they like fell on their hands and knees at one point before getting up and moving again.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And the forest cover wouldn't have been nearly as wet, so that's probably still traces of that. As described by you earlier.
Mhm.
So looks like there's something over there. Can you walk that far?
You say something though.
I'm talking to Miller. It looks like there's
Okay.
something
Sorry, what did you say?
something over there. Do you think we can walk that far in?
A little bit, yes, but I would not go far.
No plans to.
It is very difficult terrain. There's no paths. You can go a bit in. It is very difficult. There's roots and leaves and lots of loud animals all over.
Yeah. Is there traces of the hands and knees besides hands falling on the hands and knees besides my magic magnifying glass?
There's a lot of brushing against the trees and stuff as well as they walked past, as would be expected if someone appears to be running, like they ran, and then collapsed on their hands and knees for a short while, and then kept running about 30 minutes later.
Doesn't necessarily fit the profile of a cold-blooded murderer.
Also, once you reach the tree line, you have to skip forward an hour because the footprints are off by an hour.
Ah,
Like, all of the ones before were an hour earlier than they.
that's weird.
Hour,
I'll
half
say
an
to
hour-ish.
I'll say that out loud. Like, strange.
What is it?
The markings look to be made at different times between the line and the ones outside of the forest.
She glances at the markings.
They're less wet.
Very confused. That is interesting.
I can't
That
tell
means there
exactly
was
much time is
tampering with them.
differential. Maybe.
More of them.
But if there is some sort of time stuff going on, that might explain the discrepancy in the murder.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yes.
tampering, if they can do that if that's one of their abilities. That
This
could
would be the
explain
quickest way
things.
to get away with murder.
Yes. I think this is the most I can discover without putting myself in the arms of the forest, so
Yes.
I think I shall head back and join my lady. But I will recount her, like make sure I write it down too. As
All the
best
details?
yeah, all the
Without
details that I
giving away
found
how you
without and without including the magic stuff.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's pretty easy because there are like some places where you
Also,
brushed
I'll make
against.
sure the
You
magic
just
stuff
point to
sounds
it.
like theories, like the fastest exit to sneak out would be through the servants' exit. Because
Uh-huh.
people don't pay attention to servants that much. And usually that's kind of a rule and a fact in any place I've gone, so.
Yeah. But also, like, once you get into like the forested area, it's pretty easy because you're like, that twig was snapped because you can see it. It's like lit up with the teal colors, and you just look
now
at them.
that-
It's the twig are snapped. They brushed
And
against
now
this,
that you
can see the
have-
scratch mark.
It looks like in the forest it'd be easier to follow, so now you won't have a track. You're better suited to the terrain.
We can handle it. Thank you
Yes.
so much for your help with this.
Oof.
I do believe your lady is at the cart, and you are to go to her. Yes.
Yes.
And she will guide you back to the garden and then to the cart. You do still have the names on the letters. And you eventually, both of you, head back to the cart.
Mhm.
You get there. All three of you, Nectar and Bree, you guys are already there.
Mhm.
The
Bree
locals are
has-
talking, but not nearly as much as they were in the other section district.
Bree has asked for some tea. And she's just sipping it while watching everyone.
Nectar has made some tea as well for herself, and is sitting on the actual like steps to the thing and watching people as well. I have a question for you, Bree. Do you keep your stones in your bag of holding? Or separate?
Yes. Well, no, it's in a pouch inside the bag of holding.
Okay.
Except for the one that she's wearing as a necklace right now, which is the Tempest Stone.
Yeah.
Why did you ask that?
Don't worry about it.
Why did you ask that?
I feel like
Obvious.
now that we're in a big city, we should expect big city stuff.
Uh-huh.
And also, they were speaking about like a they there, so I'm kind of concerned there's like a criminal underground.
Yeah.
It's under her dress. If anyone tries, that's kind of obvious.
Mhm.
Now you make me want to check for my stones.
Don't metagame.
No one would even be allowed to get that close to her.
Mm.
Was good all along.
Don't you see? It's always will.
yeah,
It's like it's always murder.
yeah.
Always
Eventually,
will.
you guys all get back to the cart where Bree is casually sipping tea, and so is Nectar.
Hey, Brady, did you check your stuff?
Hey, no metagaming.
No, I asked that before she left. I asked her to check the stuff on the cart to make sure they hadn't been looking through our stuff.
Oh yeah. Was anything
I already
looked
said
through?
that.
Yeah.
Check the tapes. It's on file. It entered the court record.
Yes. Was anything looked through, Sonya?
In the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. Let's see. 16.
16. It's kind of hard to tell. Some of your stuff has definitely been moved around a bit. Like here, there's like some new scratch marks, I guess, by where the Also, you're like looking inside your like whatever you put your stuff in. Some of the stuff is arranged slightly differently. But nothing in the cart is missing.
Question: does Will keep his potions on him? Or does he
Yes,
have
and
an
his gold in
apothecary?
several
Yeah.
different different locations. Yes, he has a satchel and secret compartments in his shoes.
Yeah.
So much.
Well, when they get close enough that the mine thing is in range, we will say to Will, because presumably he just keeps it open.
That would be loud, but no, he's fine tuned to breeze. Wow!
Yeah.
Psychically scream in a crowd. So,
Our things have been moved and touched.
well, I don't think we keep anything too hush-hush in there, so we should be fine. Keep anything you don't want looked at on you. Preferably in several different places.
Sounds like someone speaking from experience.
I'm in the big city all my life. Like, for most of my time I lived in Sandra for most of my time in Samul, yes. I know it's big
So,
cities work.
hypothetically,
And I lived in a small town. I
is-
know those work too.
is under my skirt on a boat a good place?
Oh, it depends on the type of dress, skilled thief. Is there magic involved? You keep all your stuff in your bag of holding. That's not exactly secure. But it would kind of be obvious if someone took it and dumped all the stuff out. Just be
Yeah.
a pile of rocks in the distance that we could look at.
Still need to go through and make sure that thing was actually empty. We got it.
We didn't. Did we not turn that inside out?
No.
What if there was more paintings in there?
We really should do that at some point.
Definitely not on the card.
Not on the card, no. Don't want a giant painting falling out in the card and Crafting a
No,
wheel.
and this is a terrible weather for a giant painting too.
yes, really would make the paint flake.
Destroy it.
God, if we destroy painting worth more than 500 gold,
Just out of pure
I would
curiosity.
cry.
Yes.
I would cry. That's another magic dress for you.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you? Anywho, I mostly just had clothes, and I keep everything else in my bag on my waist under a dress.
What's the green dress look like? Like, as for me. Is that the layered one?
I sent a picture. I think it's the unknown. No, that's a hairstyle.
There's a bunch of pictures.
It's not that.
Is it the
What the hell?
screenshot?
Screenshot, yeah.
Or is it the first picture you sent?
It's the screenshot. The first picture was the hair.
Oh, nope, that's another hair.
It's screenshot 2022.
Da-da-da.
It's underneath a bunch of Sonya's ahs.
Well, describe it for our audience because I'm
It's
sure it's
a-
copyrighted and I don't want to draw it again. The first one took too long.
It's a flowing green dress with ruffles. Fairly lightweight, but to have something hidden in the folds, it would have been very easily for her to access it, but also noticeable for anyone else to see it. And there's clearly some sort of short deal going on under the dress as well, but it's like a bodysuit. This is just me now nitpicking how it's constructed. But very flowy. Yeah. I'm not going to say anymore because I will get into detail about the different patterns that they've included. So easily accessible for her, but it would be noticeable if she's reaching for anything. Not as accessible for anyone else as it would be noticeable, as it's a very flowing material.
Wonderful. But yeah, you guys are at the cart. What do you want to do? Your stuff in the cart is all still there, so. Minia is there as well, sitting on one of the other carts. And so is Leaf, at the front of your guys' cart, talking to the birds.
The birds?
In Tempest. Yes, the
We should
birds that are
probably
pushing your cart.
Oh,
Get out of this grim business and go to where we're supposed to go,
yes.
if that's possible.
Yes. Are you saying this in the head or out loud?
Oh, toward Leaf.
And Leaf will shakily nod at you guys, trying to mimic your guys' nod of respect or whatever. But Merla will step forward and be like, yes, we will head towards further into the city to a more glances towards the guards that are now heading back to the location. More protected area, so you do not have to worry about another crime scene like that. And then we can set you guys up. We can actually visit a real garden for the day. And then we can set you all up with a meeting with the people of the Tempest.
That would be greatly appreciated.
We can keep you updated on the. This is to Will. We can keep you updated on the information we get from crime scene, of course, if you'd like.
Doesn't trouble you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Also, Will seems noticeably relaxed now that he's got to solve a mystery.
Like, mystery. Perfect. That's what I wanted.
I'm in my elements. I just did something. We are good.
Everywhere's the same, apparently.
In contrast to Will, Vioré is like, as if he's thinking about something. It's like just in thoughts. It's like zoned out from everything that's going on.
Is your water okay?
Look at her.
Yeah.
Look at him. Are you alright?
He doesn't, really hear it.
Internally, I'll go, Vioré, are you okay? And telepathy at the
just-
same time as
he
I
just-
ask it out loud.
He just jumps in place, like, yeah, kinda. Just thinking. Lost in thoughts.
Do you care to share?
Oh, I'm just thinking, where could the dragon be?
Was that out loud?
Yeah, and he's like, oh, nothing, don't worry.
Roll me a deception check.
Is
You
that
don't
even?
get it. advantage from other people.
I don't want to help
Fifteen
that.
again.
I don't want to stick my
It's a
foot in that.
15.
It's kind of
No,
cool.
that's on you.
What did you get? A 16?
Yeah.
Okay. Pretty decent. Pretty decent.
Thank you.
But not decent enough.
She just looks a little bit like, interesting.
Yes, my ward has a fascination with dragons.
You can't tell what scale.
Then this is the perfect place for you.
But if I told them that I'm the son of a dragon, like,
No.
what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do?
No,
You, it's your choice to make.
absolutely not.
I'll mute myself and turn off my camera, so whatever decision you make.
No, I'm not gonna tell them.
Do
Don't
not.
worry, don't worry.
Oh, okay.
If they look suspicious, though, we need to do something like smooth.
I'll tell them
this
later, don't worry.
over.
Okay,
We will head there.
The- this is a question for you, Blue. I need a reminder. Were you gifted that dragon scale from your mom?
I hasn't
Yes.
said anything about it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't say anything about
And
it.
He has.
Will he hasn't said anything else to us, but we've theorized together.
Pretty dang obvious.
It doesn't take-
No, he did mention it because I asked about the scale.
He said it's from his mom. He didn't say it was a gift.
Yeah, it's from. He said he's from his mom.
Presumably, I thought it was a gift, so that's on
Yeah,
me.
well, that was
safe
before we knew his
assumption.
mom was a dragon. I'd like to put that out there too. That was
Yeah, and then in the
before
same episode, we learned that his mom was a dragon.
we
We're like,
figured it out.
oh.
What if we just censor all of the like beep noises all the time when we talk about my family stuff? That would be funny though.
If I can't beat mine, you can't beat yours.
Sorry.
I mean, it would be funny though.
No.
That's what sand and leaves hitting you in the face is for.
And drinks.
Drinks.
Amarla will go forward to her cart and Vinia to the other. And a leaf will turn to you, Will, and then Tempest. Are you ready to go?
I believe so. Will's changing his shoes in the background so that it doesn't drag him out into the curtain.
Uh-huh. You guys all get in the cart, I assume?
Yes.
Nectar sitting prim and proper next to you. Bree.
Also, telepathically, to Brie, I'm like, where should I put the muddy boots? I don't want to get the rest of my clothes muddy.
You put them at the edge of the cart so they have a place to dry, but you tie them down.
Okay. I do that.
When you get a chance, wash them off. Like if it rains, just, stick it on a stick and go, whew.
I'll have it in the back of the cart so it's already kind of sticking out. And it's not near me or Leaf. I'll talk to Leaf and mindless chatter. But this time, clearly, can't hide it. His mind is completely on the mystery.
In the back of the cart.
Mm-hmm.
It is you, Nectar, and Vioré. Are you on the back of the cart? Like back of the cart or inside of the cart?
Inside the cart.
Back.
Vioré. Okay, Vioré, you are on the back of the cart, like watching the back.
Mhm.
Okay. Inside. Bree.
Mm-hmm.
Nectar suddenly just collapses.
Oh no, not this again.
What's going on?
And
Eventually
her
to
eyes-
Will.
No, I'll poke back. Oh,
Her
God, not again.
eyes open up.
Not a good place first.
But she floats just a little bit, like a couple of inches above the ground, and
I make
turns
sure
to
they
you,
can't
Will.
see into the back of the cart right now, like it's private, like we're getting changed in time nicer clothing from the mud.
You can close the curtains real quickly, and in a song-like voice, once again.
Where did my marker go? Oh no!
I am the tempest, I speak the truth, listen to my song. The grey fingers change the past, but her eyes reveal the truth at last. If you want me to repeat that, I can.
Oh, absolutely. I'm the Tempest. Listen to my song.
The grey fingers change the past, but her eyes reveal the truth at last. Would you like me to repeat that?
Tempest, listen to my song. The grey fingers change the past. Eyes reveals the truth at last.
But
Can I
her
go
eyes
again?
reveal the truth
But-
at last.
Thank
Her
you.
eyes reveal the truth at last, yes.
Like asking the prophet.
The song's just straight up asks you, do you want me to repeat that?
Yes, absolutely.
You seem to be struggling a bit. The grey fingers change the past, but her eyes reveal the truth at last.
My notes are sort of taken by murder mystery notes, but
And she collapses. She's only like half an inch off the ground, so it's not much. She just basically collapses right back into her seat.
you had a thing that we can't talk about to you. You don't want it here, so
You
Are we
alright?
going somewhere?
Yes.
Where?
Going to a temple.
No, I mean, guess that's my answer. The answer is no.
Oh no, it wasn't any of that.
Thank Tempest, I guess.
It was a person.
Thank Tempest.
Mm-hmm.
right to the front.
Great.
And I talked to Leaf, and it's like apparently there was some sort of clothing upset.
He just nods at you with a look of like, yeah. Sure. I know something else happened in there. I have no idea what it is, but something else happened in there.
Does the songstress speak Savage? Would she speak in Savage?
She speaks in every language, so everyone understands her in your
Every
language,
language.
your
Okay.
base language.
Okay, so for me it's a
Yes.
Arvin.
Yes. For Bree, it's in Fayan, and for Vioré, it's in the language of Tele. Yes.
Not draconic. Anyways.
You guys are continuing to go. It's not that long. It's like 15 minutes by cart, and it's pretty slow here because there's traffic. But eventually you guys can get to the other side of the other district. It's separated by some trees and stuff, so you go through a little wooded area, park of sorts, but once you get to the other side, it's busy again, and you see there is another garden. You are closer, like much closer to the mountain. You're at the base of the mountain at this point.
Mhm.
It's huge, looming above you. The river that you guys have been following opens up into this large lake, which is where the water from her hands is falling into.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Telepathic back.
Large,
We definitely need to go up there. Grey fingers, eyes.
waterfall.
You didn't get that? No, we need to go up there.
I was wondering who would have grey fingers here.
The
I
mountain.
was thinking maybe a
mountain.
tabaxi.
The mountain! We broke Sonya.
Don't worry about it.
Her eyes. Do we need to just get up to her eyes or climb
I
up
think we
there?
need to go to a face area, but I don't know if we're allowed to.
I can ask.
When we talk to the religious people.
Yes.
And then wait.
speaking of religious people, you guys have stopped in a cart area relatively close to where the garden is. And, well, you're at the front. Leaf will turn to you and, this is the garden where you guys will visit.
Thank you. Lean back and, lady, we have arrived at the garden to pay our respects.
Every time you say that.
Brisanna nods.
Let me just say,
Yeah.
Ninth Lady Brisanna of the Fae Queen, what was it?
Danier.
Danier of the Drought. Every time? Because I couldn't do that.
I see. Since Nectar had a spell, do you feel more comfortable staying at the cart?
Are you asking Nectar if she's more
Yeah.
comfortable staying at the cart?
This is clearly a subtle edge so they don't check her stuff again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we want someone
Nectar's
back
about
there.
to say, no, I want to come with you. And then I was like,
That's
Yes,
probably a short-term amnesia.
I would like to stay in the cart. Thank you, my lady.
Take good rest.
There's an expression on her face of like, I really want to come with you guys.
I pull Wobbles like out of the barrel. Please watch Wobbles.
Wobbles. Wobble, 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 wobble.
They look through her
Wobble,
stuff.
wobble, wobble.
Did they look into the barrel
Well,
and
they
see
know-
Wobbles
they know
and close it?
Wobbles just got to the bottom of the barrel, wobbled up again.
Just flat against the sides of the barrel.
Yeah,
Just
I think we introduced Sir Wobbles,
Yeah.
So Wobbles.
the Night Order of the Gooey.
But yes, Wobbles comes out. Wobble, 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 wobble.
Bree
Do you
waits
remember
at
that
the
Shine
edge.
and Wobbles are here?
Yeah.
Yes. Shine has been following you guys flying. For
Shine is
distance.
also on Wobbles' babysitting now that this
Mhm.
is here. He doesn't steal anything from the nobility.
Wobble.
No.
Wobble. Wobble.
Brisanna waits at the edge of the cart for someone to help her down. Cough, cough.
Yeah, cough, cough.
Sure.
Vioré.
Oh, yeah. My pleasure. Let me just help you. Yeah, I'll help her.
The garden is pretty full here. It's a lot quieter out here. There are people coming in and out of it, but you guys can go in if you'd like. Your two guards go on either side of you.
Mm-hmm.
You go in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
You go in. The first thing you notice is the same open air area, like in the other garden, though it is far bigger, and there are more murals on the ceiling than the other one. Seems like this is meant for more people, like it's closer to the thing, the mountain. And the murals are very similar. They tell the tale of the Tempest, and it is right next to the waterfall, like right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally mist from the water comes in, and that's intentional, very clearly intentional. And while it's not a ring, it is a semicircle facing towards the waterfall. This time, instead of an actual ring, with the there is a Triton person, green paint spiraling all over them, under their eyes, on their cheeks, a knot with a circle on their forehead this time. And they are speaking in Tempest rather quickly to people. Gestures towards the ceilings at certain parts. And then pointing people in the direction of gardens. People seem to be free to come and go here, but they have to walk. Like, most people go and walk around the gardens area, around the actual gardens, in the gardens. And you see, while this is happening, a young gnome kid comes up to the person and is like asks them for something clearly, and the gardener will nod and then head towards the trapdoor, go down it, come back up with some fruits and some vegetables and some blankets, and hand it to the gnome child. It's really hard to understand because all of this is a very different version of Tempest than what you guys are used to. Seems to have a few roots in Draconic, a couple words here and there. Surprise. It's not like they worship a dragon or anything.
Yeah, Bree goes and joins the group and sits politely listening, trying to
are you
understand
sitting?
through the pictures.
Where are you sitting in this place? There are a couple rows you can sit in. Are you sitting towards the back, towards the front, sides?
Towards the back. I don't want to interrupt by making a scene.
People still watch you as you go in.
Someone doesn't pay any mind to it.
Alright, I'll watch the things too, because I'm interested by the dragon thing.
Mostly looking at the statue of the woman mountain behind.
There are little versions of the mountain around this place. There are some versions of an actual dragon lady. She has long, curly, large curls in her hair and horns that go back. She looks elf-like almost, kind of, with a bit of Triton features here and there. Like she has gills and scales along her face. And she stands there like with her hands out, and quite often there's food or offerings of some kind there. And as others are walking in, they're giving gifts to the gardener. Which you guys know is the custom if you go in. So you have to give a gift.
Yeah. Bree will present one of her scarves.
From where?
Oh no.
Were you taking that
question? I don't know. I wish I could see Tele's facial expression right now.
Where do you get the
That's the one.
scarf from? Where do you get the scarf from?
From my bag before I head in.
Your like the bag you have in the cart?
Damn.
Or your
From
bag
the
of
one
holding?
at my side.
Bag of holding.
You reach in there, right? You reach in there?
Yes.
Okay. You think of your scarves. Nothing.
Damn.
My stones.
Nothing.
Usually fine.
Anything.
Yeah, there are some things that appear. Personal objects. What do you have in your bag of holding? What do you have in your bag of holding?
This is why kids, you don't have a bag of holding.
Okay, in my bag of holding, because I gave Vioré most likely, because it's a bit too big for Will. My short sword, my two staffs, and a dart.
Okay.
In my bag of holding.
Okay, you can get your weapons and stuff. And
In my bag of
stones-
holding,
actually-
There is a
What stone
bedroll, an
specifically did you reach
herbalism
for?
kit.
Yeah, that's all there. What specific stones did you reach for, actually?
They should be in the bag of holding.
Okay, so you're looking for the bag that has the stones in it.
Yes.
Okay. Then you do get your stones.
My
the
stones
bag
are
with
there.
the stones in it, yes. Although if you think of straight up your stones, well, most
Alright, she gets the stones, but not the scarves.
yeah.
They
I checked-
steal just fucking scarves.
I check to make sure all of my stones are in the bag.
You do that.
Yeah. Why the scarves?
Don't worry about it.
Why?
Maybe they were cold? It's a tropical island. Maybe they're Vioré?
Why?
You don't want to be cold? I don't know.
It's a
I wanna
tropical
be
island. You
cold.
can't be cold on a
Exactly.
tropical island.
Most of your stones are there.
Which ones are missing?
The diamond is missing.
Okay, that's expected.
And if you're counting your stones, you get scared because the Sevis crystal you have is also missing from it. And then you go to the end of the bag and it's at the very bottom.
Okay. Mentally, well, as you're probably seeing, Bree have a short moment of panic in her eyes
Everything alright?
I'll tell
before she
Pat
covers it up.
telepathically, are you good, Bree?
Someone stole my scarf, strangely, and the diamond in my bag.
But everything else is still there?
All my rocks are still here except for the diamond.
Including the fucking, like, pixie rock that's worth thousands of gold?
Mm-hmm. So for some reason, the Sevis crystal's at the bottom, so that's presumably they took everything out to put that back in first.
Is there anything else you're looking for?
Well, all I have is bedroll, herbalism kit, hunting trap, mess kit, rations, rope, hemp, 50 feet, of course, soap, tinderbox, torch, and water skin.
You also have other stuff. Personal items and stuff. Those are the stuff
My
in your
journal.
actual
My
inventory.
fucking journal. Where is my fucking journal?
I'm praying to Tempest
Boys.
for you.
No journal.
First lose your friend, then
Uh-oh.
the way to communicate them.
Are you still reaching in your bag or are you going to turn it upside down?
You're still reaching.
Somebody just grabs your hand.
Here, do the thing here. I'll cover us. I'll take out, I don't know, do I have anything that'd be worth giving?
Depends.
I'll look through to find, like, some seeds.
Yeah, those would
Some
definitely help.
non-poisonous, like, helpful seeds that aren't,
Yeah.
like, particularly magical.
Mm-hmm. You can find some.
And I'll put some labels on them.
Okay.
There's just how they grow, attached to little notes, and I'll put them in a baggie. And I'll hand it to the...
Let's see. Would this be anger or sadness?
Your one chance at connection with your pen pal. Gone.
Oh, this is anger.
memories of your dead friend.
He already said.
Gone. Supposedly,
She
yes.
slightly sets onto some stone to get off the grass.
Stop.
And
I'll try to speak in Tempsday, distracting the gardener and everyone else. Like, I do not speak the language well.
and
but
she starts
gives
to
them all
glow
that.
yellow. And the stone underneath her starts to sink in.
Just a bit, tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit.
There's the gardener is like And we'll go over to you guys. Then.
And she's looked like she's really trying to hold on that very pleasant look.
Verla will step forward first and say something quickly to the gardener, where she can get our diplomat.
I'll step back to Bree and go,
Yeah.
my lady, are you feeling all right? Perhaps whatever Nectar called was contagious?
Perhaps.
Internally, what's up? I think it's kind of obvious what's happening. We need to calm down or do something. Like, I don't know.
You want me to calm down when the only
Okay.
connection I have
Can I
to
do
my
this?
friend,
Don't know what's going on. I'm asking you what happened. But you are melting
My
a rock in front of our people.
journal is gone. This is just me who wants to say this. Someone stole my dream journal.
Can I hear this?
I'll connect Vioré so it's all in
Well,
a...
now mentally you can.
Mhm.
Before you, it's just
Wait.
like, I'm sick, whatever.
Wait, so okay, a lot of things happening around this journal, it seems.
Vioré, could you
It's
take
my
it back?
one connection. That's all I have. It's gone.
How good at your acting. I think I've watched this before.
What a shame.
Well, I can keep a pleasant face all I want, but I cannot calm down for
Pretending.
this.
Pretending to faint.
Pretending to faint?
Or something like that. Maybe you don't need to pretend. Give me a second.
We'll just talk to now.
I might pass out from all the anger I'm feeling right now.
That'd be
That would
lovely.
be much better, yeah.
Well, eventually her
Wait,
head
no, that
does
wouldn't be-
get.
Wait, no, that wouldn't
Eventually
be
your
lovely.
head does get a little too hot. If nothing else happens. And she does drop.
Do you look?
Vioré, catch her.
Are you
I
like?
catch her.
You're not continuing to look through your bag, right? After you find out your journal's missing.
She still has her hand in the bag looking around.
For the journal specifically.
For the journal, for anything else personal that
For
might be gone.
Anything else? Okay, you your fingers brush against a piece of paper, and then something cool.
Then she passes out.
Centaur. She passed out. Yeah.
Hand in the bag, passed
I'm
out.
so sorry. Perhaps the lady has gone through too much excitement today.
Yeah, I just catch her like, oh.
Mela is surprised at the sound and is like, is she okay? Should you take her back to the cart for a little?
Yes, I think we're going to. We'll please take the seeds as an offering, even if we can't come. Thanks, Jack.
Take it back to the gardener. Do you have any piece of paper about what it does, how to grow it, etc.?
Yes.
Thank you.
I open a book and I transcribe from the pages. Not all of it, but most of it.
How are you going to pick her up? She's still very, very hot.
Vioré. It's very, very cold.
You can't burn him.
Yay.
Pick you up if I want
Anything
to.
that touches my skin burns.
Frost
No
dragon,
permanent. There's nothing you can actually. It doesn't have a effect like an actual.
Okay.
Frost
Yeah, you
dragon
can
here.
melt.
You can't do damage yet.
You can't do
Yeah.
damage.
And I'll talk to the things. Do you have anyone we can... Any shelter that she can rest in?
Yes, we were planning on taking you to your place you will stay. What do you call it?
In, or like,
In
hotel?
Sabish.
Oh.
Tavern. It's not
Yes.
exactly a tavern. It's better than that, but yes, we were planning to take
understand.
you there after here, since you wanted to go to the garden so much. But we can take you there now if you'd like.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the ladies weren't feeling good enough health.
All right, and we'll lead you guys outwards out to the.
I feel a nectar happen.
Nectar's like, what? Oh no! Oh gosh!
I like
the journal.
when we're alone in the cartons, and I just like pat wobbles like we are so screwed.
Wobble.
We're kissing it.
But Bree, you eventually do wake up from fainting. If you
Can we
actually
get back
did
to
faint.
get back to the room first?
Cart, and then if you want to wait until the room, you can.
Yeah.
Yes, you get led to this extravagant one-story building, because every building here is one story. It is built into the base of the mountain, which no other buildings are. Kind of weird. Oh well. It's a little different. It's very fancy. There are 2 greenish dragons over the head of the entrance there. And you guys can go inside. You guys get led back to a room. No stairs for you, luckily.
Ah, this is my favorite place now.
It's all
Everything's a one-story buildings.
Yes, Marla talks to the front desk. Some coins are exchanged. You guys go back to the rooms. It's a giant freaking room. There's like an own kitchen. It's a very fancy room.
Okay, as soon as I can go to like a private bathroom and lock the door, I'll be like, I'll be right back. And I'm going to change my bandages.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And
You mentioned.
clean the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get that infected more than once.
But, Bree, when do you wake up?
Like 4 hours later.
Oh god, so much later. Okay, it's afternoon. Most of you guys have had lunch now served to you, and there's
Yeah,
a plate
well-
for Bree.
Yeah, we'll make sure the food stays hot for Brie or cold.
Aw. Just hold it next to her to keep it hot.
Yeah, just.
Like, oh.
But after 4 hours, you wake up and your hand is still in the bag, and your hand is crushed around a piece of paper and a stone of some sort.
She yanks it out. Both
Okay.
things.
One, it's the diamond is back there. And to the diamond is tied a note.
Uh,
Are you going to read it?
Yes.
It says, you should watch your secrets closer. I know you're not diplomats. Your clothing and flags are from a Sabish guild. If you want to find your dragon, you should seek out Mellowfield's Manor. And if you want your fancy book back, and if you want to keep your secrets, you'll keep quiet and not get caught.
Am I getting blackmailed?
Yes.
Classic. Classic.
Worst place to get blackmailed in. But I suppose besides murder, we will do what we can to get your book back, right? In all telepathy, by the way.
Yeah, obviously. There's food available for you, and Nectar will push the food towards you. And her own food, because they served her food. Because she just takes out one of the bottles and drinks it.
Drink nectar.
Bree does not eat.
Oh, that's not good. I'm writing that down.
Oh my.
Bree does not eat. Got it. Okay. What do you do? Are you still summer form?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you really are a lady to Denier. But what are you gonna do? Nectar, in her mind, I don't know if you're,
Yeah, I'll keep us
Yeah.
connected.
so we're being blackmailed to go to a house
It didn't give us a time limit, but I don't think we want to risk it.
of a person that we were just with who's a
Who's super paranoid, by
Faye.
the way.
Who's super paranoid.
I'm just looking out for something, so maybe I see a connection.
Huh.
Wait,
Guys,
am I linked to it? Am I linked
Yeah.
to this?
Yeah, you're with them. Yeah.
I don't know. Can
That's
I
weird, right? Why
into
would
it?
they want to
Duplicate us in murder, perhaps, if it's the same fucking person.
Also,
Wait, it talked
we
about the
need
dragon?
to keep our secrets? Yes, it said something. If you want to find
Your
your dragon, you
dragon.
should look in her
Yeah.
house. If you want to
Stay
keep your
quiet.
secrets and get your book back, you should keep quiet and not get caught.
I mean, we're trying to do that, so why don't we go here?
Because we could die.
But it's our only lead.
We need to think clearly about this. We can't just hop into the action.
You still have the stone around your neck, right? The two of you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. You guys are sitting where in the room about?
Around Breeze Bread, probably.
Okay. It's relatively close to the walls. Your stones light up a bit of the walls. There's paint on them. Surprise.
Oh. Two things.
It's the
that
same circles that are in every house, the warding house. But in this one, too, there are more Tempest, like stories of the Tempest all over the wall.
Let's
all
think
over
about
the wall.
this clearly, succinctly, calmly.
Somehow get invited to a house so it doesn't look very suspicious.
A lot of things look
She
kind
said
of
the
suspicious.
note said, "Don't get caught."
Yeah, don't get
Zoom?
caught.
Getting
That-
an invitation might be getting caught.
But that's not getting caught, because that implies that
Doesn't
we are
say-
doing something illegal.
Yes.
And
I think we
trespassing.
kind of are. In multiple different meanings of the word. We're doing a lot of illegal things at once, in fact.
But trespassing.
There's words around everyone's houses anyway, according to what Vioré saw with the abjuration magic.
Exactly.
Breaking could be dangerous unless we could figure out how that guy got around the walls. Guy? I don't remember.
Go.
Go.
Anyways.
Okay. So we need to get a plan. And also, I don't think she'd invite anyone to her house right now. She seems paranoid. In every sense of that word. Including the linked one.
She's not linked yet.
But she's leaning into it. And if she's pushed much farther, everyone has a breaking point. I really don't want to fight the scary night lady.
In every campaign, we always have to fight one scary night lady.
I still think
There's
that
no
trying to
escape.
sneak into a Fang's home is
I
not a good
Agreed with
idea.
you. But we have to be careful because unless you want to be hunted by everyone in this country, we need to work around what they want. Assuming it's not a bluff.
Well, you have a very keen eye.
It's my job.
Why not instead try to find the person?
Yes, because it's going to be so easy when our only clue is the bag of holding, which was put back with stuff in it, except for two things: scarves and a book. On the
Yes.
door.
Yes.
Still, I don't know how I'm exactly supposed to find that. Free. Without, breaking probably protocol and laws to get to places.
I mean, it's not like we didn't do anything illegal before, like we're doing right now.
Totally not
Except
doing
we're
anything
do-
illegal right now.
We're doing that to not get caught. And you know,
The only
not
problem is, since we're pretending to
die.
be diplomats, we're gonna have a lot of eyes on us, like a lot.
yes. If I have more about the crime scene, I could sneak away then, but sneaking is not exactly my specialty. In fact, I would
Is it?
say it's my opposite of my specialty.
I'm pretty
Okay.
obvious as well, so I don't think I can help.
Pretty close. Vioré, are you any good at sneaking around?
Kinda. Just okay. +4.
What about +5? Oh. Okay.
I don't know if we should risk it sending off one person alone.
About sending
Especially
extra
since
with
I'm
me.
the only person who can speak Tempest. In any capacity. So you guys won't be able to negotiate with your average guard.
And if
There's also
like,
the chance of the more people that go, the more likely the chance of getting caught is. Ah,
why don't you and I go?
maybe. I think maybe legally trying to get in, Bree's idea, might be better than sneaking in, certainly. I don't know what the chances of success would be. It's everyone's opinion on that. Still telepathically, by all of this conversation,
Obviously.
mentally.
Obviously.
Oh,
You
yeah.
could say
Yeah.
that you were concerned about her in the investigation.
Concerned about the investigation, perhaps, but she didn't exactly see an assault that would like emotional platitudes from it.
You could say you thought of something for the crime scene, and you want to talk to her because she's the head of investigations of it, or you
While you're
remembered
distracting
something.
her,
That's a good point.
I'll look around.
I mean, we could theoretically all come for that. Thanks to come with us, since we only need to enter the house, apparently.
Mhm.
And besides, we need the things to get into contact with her.
Mhm.
Yep.
But that risks a lot in her saying yes or no, and if we put that out into the world, we risk one of two things happening. She says no, and then we have to do it anyway.
Which means
Which
it'll be
makes
really obvious when we do
you to
it.
be the first suspect. Or
Mhm.
two, it counts as being caught, and we're screwed.
Yeah. I really wish they'd been more clear with what being caught means.
I know, right?
Why do blackmailers
And-
always have to be
Like,
so...
be quiet and caught. Does that mean we have to sneak, or can we not talk? Like, there's so many follow-up questions to this blackmail.
Blackmailers are
idea.
always so vague.
I know, you could be a little more specific, and then I'd probably do it. At least out of
Yeah.
respect for your clearness.
I have an idea. What if I told them that I'm related to a dragon, as to say worship dragons? Would that help any?
I mean, it
I
might.
worship a dragon.
A specific
What if
dragon.
it's my aunt?
Maybe we
you
don't
don't
bring that
know
up to them. I think
that-
they would
that
probably
pass.
see that as sacrilegious.
They'll
They
think,
might...
they'll think that you are.
But it's a
Crazy.
good starting point. Like,
can work with something like
I'm
that.
interested in dragons. The Tempest is a dragon.
But how does that get us to Mellow?
I don't know. I think the thing on the investigation case, but I can't. I don't know, it's been a couple hours, so maybe I had time to think about it. But what if they just ask me to give it to them? And they'll deliver the message. Then what do we do?
Say that you'd rather prefer to deliver it to everyone.
But then I see everyone implies that I actually have a breakthrough.
Well, then I guess we have to find a breakthrough.
And I can't do that miraculously.
That's why I
Like
said
with my limited knowledge.
they didn't give us a time frame.
I don't want to put it on the line.
If it goes for a day, I'm sure they won't care.
We don't know that. We don't even know what the definition of getting caught is. And I don't know about you, but I'd like my head attached to my shoulders, or more specifically, I'd like not to go on the ground.
What?
Did you not? Or maybe that was just me when I talked to her about Fallen.
What?
And I'm pretty sure that she says you kill them and there's wings on the back of them, so I'm pretty sure they throw them off of the house. Like 80 to 90% sure that they throw them off of something, and the hand seems the most obvious place to push someone off.
Also, you guys are right below the hands right now.
I feel like this is maybe like a message being sent there. A threat. No time to worry about actual politics, though. I don't want to be pushed off a mountain. Or stabbed with a bunch of spears. Or drowned. And I'm sure neither of you all do either, so...
At this point, I actually am a diplomat.
I, for one, do not want to be thrown off a cliff, even though I'd be able to fly. Probably.
They know you
They
have
would
wings,
bind
so they
your
probably
wings.
do something about that, right?
I haven't flown yet. They might think I can't fly.
I look... Just like... They definitely know.
Dang it.
I think they all have working pairs of eyes.
Dang it. Hey, that'd be pretty funny, though. They tried to throw me off and I just flew
And
away.
they flew around, and then they'd shoot you down without us. And you'd
Oh.
fall anyway.
Oh. Wait a second. Fall? Fallen?
Oh my god.
He just explained that.
No,
I was
no, no,
pretty
but
big
like,
at this.
but like,
It's a pun.
fun.
It's a pun.
Are we sure they're not related to Faye?
I think they
yeah.
worship a dragon, not a fae. And you know better than anyone. They're very different.
Yeah, I know.
We need to figure out a real plan. Because there's a lot of things that could go wrong. I'm okay with sending them an invitation, but one of them is going to come with us because we can't speak Tempest to the level that we'd be able to understand.
Hello.
No.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's considered being caught.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to bring another Fang in there with us. So it'd be 2-1 in case we're discovered. 2 badass knights against us. No offense, we've done some pretty cool things, but I don't know if we can take this place as military.
Yeah, the
What?
guards have very pointy spears and weapons, which is kind of weird that they're made out of bone. I don't like it.
And they might not let you neck to go anywhere since you had a fainting spell.
Yeah, sick. And we're from somewhere else. They might think we're contagious or something in a disease they've never seen before. That was kind of a bad idea.
What was I supposed to do?
I don't know. She panicked from the murder and it just caught up to her then? I don't know.
I said maybe she had too much excitement today. I knew she shouldn't have gone to the scene.
Mm.
I'm not a legally registered doctor in Tempsday, so I can't give real medical advice.
It's a shame. But, like, we could always just try sneaking to the house, but then again, getting out is going to be difficult.
Wards.
There are wards.
Yeah. Pretty sure there's wards in this room too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like they're watching us right now, kind of wards.
Yes. I set up like a board game. I just want to think it.
Instead of just intensely staring at each other.
Oh,
Yeah.
Will was eating, so.
Yeah.
I'll add some stuff out loud, like early in the conversation, like Malaysia, UK, add stuff out loud periodically.
Okay. Nectar will help.
Yeah, talk to like, when are we going to do some more rest? We can, because we could talk to Brisanna if we went to the kitchen table too.
Yeah.
But look, Brie, this is kind of your stuff, so I'd like mostly your opinion on it. Like,
And
physically
yes, I've never been blackmailed before, so I have no fucking clue what the fuck.
Well, I
to
don't
do.
exactly have experience with blackmail either. I've seen other people get blackmailed, but I've been on like the police side of that. You know, on the
Yeah.
investigating side.
So you know how to investigate blackmail?
Kind of. It's not common in Desert Wasteland.
Well,
And I don't deal normally with non-magical crime. So, blackmail, normally not my specialty unless it's like done with a sending message.
you see her form shift to winter.
So I'm afraid I'm not as much as a loss here as anyone else. We need to do something, because we cannot, under any circumstance, get found out, you know. About any of our secrets. Those must stand. I mean, I can try looking over the note, but if we're being watched,
It's already been pulled out.
I opened my journal, so I put in
Along with the
the
diamond
book.
has also been pulled out.
I don't touch the diamond.
But yeah, what are you doing with it now?
I'm putting it in my herbology book and putting like a piece of paper over it, so it looks like the animal, the potted plant animal,
Okay.
from the distance, at the very least, or at least so it's behind that section that I added to my notes.
Mm-hmm. You gonna read it
I
again?
I'll read through the letter again and, you know, handwriting stuff, see what's going on there, try to do some checks.
Go ahead. Investigation check.
Investigation. I'm getting helped.
Yes.
Unnatural 20.
Okay. It is well written, and it looks like this person wrote carefully to make sure that you don't pick up any distinctive repetitive things. Letters seem to be written in multiple different ways throughout, so you can't track specific types of handwriting or anything.
Is this
I'm on
the
experience.
Is this the equivalent of
And it's in Scottish,
a cut magazine piece?
but written by
letter.
hand? Yeah, sure, but written by hand.
Someone knows what they would
It
do.
looks like it was written slowly.
Or perhaps they're not super good with the language. If you were careful but knew the language, you wouldn't have to go too slow. But that narrows it down to exactly 0% because we're on an island full of people that don't speak Spanish.
Exactly.
Or in Cebu, I'll be like, this could be a unique, interesting fact. Or to help us find a suspect. On here, that's basically everyone.
Except for Merla, apparently.
But they at least know how to speak some of it. Because it doesn't look like they used a dictionary. The sentences are correct.
Mm-hmm. There's no really rough translation of anything.
Yeah. So someone who knows the language but is not great at it, again, that narrows it down.
That narrows it
Maybe
down
a little
bit.
bit more, but the only person who knows Marla.
That's true.
But we need to figure out how to not get blackmailed, first and foremost.
Wait, wasn't Merla and Mello going to talk with someone how to take down some of the illusion things? Wouldn't that be the same people who put up the wards?
Probably.
And so if we can, like, figure out how they do it, then we maybe can mimic it for the wards on the house, but that's gonna take a while. I think we want that.
I can't do magic.
I have a basic understanding of the arcane.
Uh-oh.
The most magic
Say,
I can do
I
is
can.
incantation.
But I think Vioré is probably the best of us.
Yeah, probably. You can at least, like, see the magic.
But that doesn't really narrow down how it does it.
Mm. Maybe how to avoid it if we can see where it is.
Maybe. But we don't know this person's like, we don't know how soon this person wants it done, or they'll be patient and do whatever they want anyway.
Ah!
Who's
Why
to
does
say they
blackmailing
won't
have
do
to
it
suck?
anyways?
It's a crime. What did you say, Brie?
Who's to say they won't do it anyways, even if we do this?
Well, we know for sure that they likely will if we don't do anything.
It's a 100% chance versus a we don't know the chance, so... I would rather take the we don't know the chance.
I don't want to die. Yet, anyway, I have like an age. I need to get out of my 20s at least before that's on the table.
I just realized how young all of us are.
Yeah! God, I wish I could talk to my superior.
Oh.
Because he knows all about this stuff. Your move, by the way.
Sorry. What was that name of the person in the other letter with the,
Namia? Namia?
whatever it was?
There was also Atlas Youngblood.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's the girl. There's so many names. Oh my gosh.
Okay. I think we have somewhat of a plan. We need to go talk to our watchers, our minders, and
The fangs of our prison.
yes, and ask to meet with Mellow Fields again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something we've thought of some more stuff that we want to
I thought
look
of some
into.
more stuff,
We
but I
could-
wanted to run some stuff by
oh.
her now that she's had more time to investigate.
We could say we want to look more into the person who wrote the letter. That's
Yes.
a good thing.
And we need to talk to her about the letter, etc. etc.
Yeah. And then when we meet with her, what happens?
I guess we ask if we can talk someplace more private, someplace she trusts there's no one that's going to break in.
What are we going to talk with her about? We have to get into her house, right?
Yes, but we can manage, I think, the truth for some of it.
Uh-huh. I mean, I do want to know more about what happened there, honestly. I didn't get to see any of it. I was curious.
You want to see blood and death?
I've seen it before.
What
Many
do you
times.
want to see it?
I'm curious what's happened.
Okay. Bree,
Mm.
thoughts?
Thoughts on
How
the
much
plan?
of the truth? How much of the truth?
None of it. What would we tell her? If we say some things about what's got stolen, she'd ask, why didn't you tell the things that were with you?
Can't do that. That'll draw attention to what was stolen.
And if we tell the fangs that were with us, they'd put us on more high security because someone stole from us.
Successfully, while there were guards around us.
That means this person
Sometimes.
definitely knows what they're doing, I guess, or at least is
Yeah.
good at it.
Uh-huh. What do we tell them? That we're gonna
We need
gather
to
more
talk
information about?
We need to talk to Milo about the letter some more and get some second opinions from someone who knows the case pretty well. On some theories I had.
Yeah.
And we tell Mello that we think we need to be discreet about this. Because look through his notes on case. The letter was a frame drop and it was probably by a professional.
Perhaps we can get some of her ideas of what she was so panicked about.
And we can, bring her side at her own home. I think that's a great idea. Bree, please eat your food before we do that.
You need food.
If this breaks out into a fight, we all need the most strength we can have.
Don't really
Please.
feel like eating right now.
I'll make you like a smoothie or something for the road. Just please eat something.
Bree's still winter form, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nectar puts her hand on your shoulder. We can make it out of this. We're a smart group. We've gotten through worse.
The zombie apocalypse.
The zombie apocalypse, for
Whenever
starters.
you feel down at yourself, remember that you experienced a zombie apocalypse and survived.
We got this. We'll make it out. We'll get your book back.
And my dragon.
We'll find
Yes.
your dragon, but we are being blackmailed. But also, apparently, there's probably stuff in her house if the blackmailer is being truthful, which I don't know about.
Should
Something we
be
can
interesting.
trust.
Let's hope.
But it was a green dragon, right? And there are a lot of green dragon motifs. So I'm wondering if it is the Tempest. Like she is a green dragon.
What?
The green dragon pulls around. All the
Everything
dragons
is.
depicted in her is green. The paint's green.
I
The
think
stone is blue-green.
Vioré just thinks so. So
We didn't
It's
realize
emerald
that
green.
before. She's a dragon lady. More likely than not, she was green.
Oh yeah,
That's the
but
fact
if
that
we're
she
looking
was
for
wise and kind, and I remember correct
Caring.
from the TED Talk.
Carrie.
Yeah.
Only part that I was there for, like, in her TED Talk, was her talking about her personal history. And I don't think there were colours, just circles and stuff written on the wall. Maybe green circles. Green colours rather than by the stone. I should love. I just clicked Nectar for this because you don't want to hear this next part. I still don't love we've got another part of this prophecy, and then maybe they're like in sequential order to what we're dealing with. But I hop back in. Don't worry about it. Talking about things you don't want to hear about.
Okay.
Why don't we just go up to the eyes?
1 second, disconnect again. One, we can't leave back on and just do something. Two, I'm pretty sure we're not out of that at the moment.
It's holy ground. Very holy ground.
And three, I don't want to get pushed off anything. Let's figure out one problem at a time. I was just putting my grievances out there. I think we have a solid plan.
Do you connect back at the I think we have a solid plan? Or is Nectar just still...
Yes, I connect back.
Okay. I'm ready to go. When are we supposed to go? Today, right now?
Probably soon.
Yeah.
I want to have time to think of things while she slept.
Bree, you still have to eat something. And I want you to faint for real.
Well, she already did faint for real.
Again, faint!
Not
Like,
gonna
that's
faint.
bad. That's bad. Please eat something.
I'm not gonna faint.
Not answering
Please
our
eat
question.
something.
Or please.
Just eat something. It's like just takes a minute or two.
Wobbles goes up next to you, Bree, and kind of nudges your leg.
Almost don't steal her food. I know she doesn't want it, but it would definitely be hers.
Wobble looks offended.
What do you not understand when I say I don't want to eat?
If we're going to a fight and you lose your strength, then you're going to die. Again. Do you want that? This time with nothing I can do to help, I haven't had time to make more potions. But if you want to be stubborn about it, fine. I'm sure they'd love to keep a sick person in bed and under observation. Especially if word from head of security. You really shouldn't have given me that job title. I have way too much power.
I honestly do not care right now, Will.
Alright then. We'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Take care of yourself. We should probably go find the bards and I disconnect her from the psychic link.
So, are we going? This is us.
Yeah, we should probably. And now let us say, I think I've had some ideas for the case that I want to check up on. Well, Lady rests, and I trust she's safe here.
All right, I can. I
Alright,
can
would
take
you
you
like?
there.
Oh, look at these two. Would you two like to come with me, or?
I will come with you.
I shoot Bree one last time. I was like, last chance. And I shoot Wobbles to look like stay with her and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid.
Wobbles is very obviously staying with her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vioré, are you coming with
Yeah.
Will and Nectar, or staying with Bree?
I'll go with them.
Okay. You guys leave.
I'll tell one of the girls that stays behind. My lady regains back her strength and eats an appropriate amount of nutrition. You can tell her where we're going to be. Got her there. I'd rather have her by my side at all times, but this is important.
You get taken to the cart, and she, I believe, is currently still at the crime scene. It has not been too long, so
Yeah. It's a good thing.
if she's not there, she is likely at her house, and we can go there next. Cross your fingers. Bree, as they are driving there, what are you doing in the house in your winter form?
Once they leave, she's going to start pacing around. And muttering some Thayan curses underneath her breath.
Are you still in your winter form?
Yes.
Okay. How long are you going to eat at any point? Or are you going to keep pacing? For how long?
I'm gonna pace for like God damn it, Cat. I know you want out. Knocking down everything.
How long are you
Anyways.
gonna pace for?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes go, and then what do you do?
Is there a window?
Yes, many. Very large windows. You can see out bustling streets, beautiful nature.
She's gonna look for anyone who's looking.
Out the window?
Who might be watching her, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Make a perception check.
20.
Funny. Okay. You look out the windows. The same child as before is watching you. Was it a natural 20 or unnatural 20?
Natural.
What is that a total of?
22.
Okay. Yeah, the child is there, just playing outside your windows, not glancing your direction, but is there. Kind of weird. So is the Triton man is also there, watching the middle-aged Triton man, and pretty obviously watching. And then, like, walking around, you're watching the crowd, right? The crowd passing and stuff. There's curtains you can draw. There's a bit of a stretch of lawn and stuff in between. There appears to be a Tabaxi of sorts. It's hard to tell the details from this distance. Brownish, maybe, with some black circles, kind of, that is in between the crowds, walking, keeping an eye on you.
She narrows her eyes. And her winter farm turns to summer.
Which one do you narrow your eyes at? The child, the Triton,
No.
or the Tabaxi?
The Tabaxi just walking by.
Okay.
She closes the curtains and heads for the door.
The guard at the front will stop you.
I feel in the need for fresh air.
Have you eaten something?
Not yet.
I am sorry.
I
but
feel
you-
I need fresh air to be able to eat.
All right. We'll let you out. It's gonna go in and grab the food and follow you out. Just like you're eating.
There's minutes of empty time there, though. You can make a break for it.
You do have like a minute of free time while he's getting the food. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna text you something, Sonya.
Private chat, you mean?
Yeah. You know what I
Okay.
mean.
Okay, go ahead. Roll. Okay. Interesting. You can do that very easily. It's just a lot of roll this,
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Do what you feel. If you want to roll, feel the dice. You can do it.
Feel the dice.
You know, banish the will wheaten from your table, summon the golden snitch, etc., etc. Do your rituals.
When she gets up there, she's gonna take a seat on like a bench.
You can do that. There's plenty
Yeah.
of benches around.
Take in a deep breath of air. Then let out.
Are you still in summer form?
It's cooling down to. Her hair will still remain yellow,
Okay.
but she's cooling down to autumn.
Fantastic. Thank you for telling me. Eventually, the guard comes out with the food, and will stand to the side of the bench that you've chosen with the food.
She'll take the food and start to eat it.
Okay. The guard seems more relaxed after you eat it. It's like, okay. Is there something I can help you with? Would you like to find the others?
I think I'd prefer to just go for a walk.
All right, I shall follow you.
She stands up and starts walking in the direction of the Tabaxi. Still keeping her pace behind them.
Tabaxi heads towards the forest area. Do you continue to follow? It's a path that they're taking.
Yes. But she's going to make some idle talk with the guard. Can you tell me a bit more about the forest?
The what? The forest.
The forest?
The forest. Yes. Well, the forest here is given life by the rivers of life, the waters of life that the tempest provides. It is sacred ground, especially near the base of the mountain right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
This area here, especially, is a park in between districts of the city. The Tabaxi is still walking ahead of you at a decent pace.
What sort of trees grow around here? I mean, I can clearly see them, but I don't know their names.
Well, the taller trees are greenwood trees. They grow very tall and are green most of their life, except for very close to their death when they turn brown, at least the internal parts of the tree. The leaves are also very green quite often, and normally are only towards the very top of the tree. And quite often the trees area are where Tabaxi like to hang out, especially younger Tabaxis. They like to travel that way. Many children do not realize that we know their secret paths. Of course, we watch everything.
Of course.
We know their paths. They cannot escape.
Escape your sight?
Escape our sight, yes, and escape the Tempest's reach.
Now, why would that escape the Tempest's reach? Or am I misunderstanding?
Your, well, it is escape the Tempest's reach as in judgment for law. They quite often, young ones love to steal. The Tabaxi vanishes. Disappears around a corner. They love to steal and make a ruckus, and it is the guard's job to keep them in line. We, of course, let them occasionally. They do not learn lessons without making mistakes occasionally. This is how all children are. They will learn over time. They like to play hiding from the Tempest, see how much they can get away with without being caught. It is funny because the Tempest sees all. Nothing they do is hidden. But the Tempest cares for them. She does not let them stray too far. The Tabaxi's gone. Where are you gonna go?
I make a round the corner to like the next street, I guess that's where they're going.
Street area. It's a park area.
Yeah. Park area. Just mindlessly walking.
Surpass. Roll an investigation check. Or perception.
21.
21. Okay. You notice as you're turning the corner at the green tree there is what looks to be cat scratches. Like a Tabaxi was climbing up the tree.
So
Do you stop? Do you stop?
Are there flowers or fern nearby?
Yes, plenty along the path. It's very well kept here.
Yeah.
In nature. Plenty of
She
berries.
She looks over at the flowers and stops to smell them.
They smell nice. What are you really doing?
Letting them know. I know where they are.
You do that? Are you going to continue walking afterwards, or? There's a slight rustling sound from a different tree in the distance.
Is this one of the greenwoods?
Ah, yes, that is. They can grow quite tall.
I see.
It sounds almost like laughter.
I want to describe to the audience that Sonya has a fan like over her face.
Don't worry about it. Hey, it's broken. I'm fixing it currently, so.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's convenient.
Yeah. Say this is a game, isn't it?
Did you say something? Did you say something?
I said this smells lovely and decadent.
Yes. Make a deception check.
Can I add my plus one? My plus.
You can if you like.
Okay. Would a 19 work?
Hard to
I'm just
tell.
gonna add my plus just for. Yes, better. I hear you.
Clearly representative of the cat in the tree.
Yes, clearly.
Wow.
That is a 22.
Pretty good. Ah, yes, they do smell quite lovely this time of year. And most times of year.
Which way did the rustling go?
Question. Are you listening towards trying to figure out the direction?
Yes.
Okay. Make a investigation check. Then.
Natural 20.
Back the way you came. There's another rustling sound. That direction as well.
She turns around to seem interested in the other woodland area. That direction.
Yeah.
And what's that one called?
Which one? One of the trees?
Mhm.
I cannot say I know the names of all of the trees. The greenwood tree is only the most common around here. I know much better the waters around the edge of Tempest.
Oh.
It is where I was raised, after all.
would like to point out that she pointed at the tree where she heard the rustling.
Yep. It is a slightly different tree.
Mhm.
It's made out of like different, and then there's more rustling further in the distance. Again, vaguely like laughter.
She starts walking back. Clearly in the direction of the rustling, anyways.
Okay.
You're home?
Yes, I was born and raised in the waters around the Tempest. Tempest is not just the islands. About half of us can live underwater, so we do.
Are your towns similar to the ones on land?
Yes, quite similar. Although our houses are more built for the water, of course. For the changing tides, we do not have to worry as much about rain.
I'd imagine not. You're already underwater and quite wet.
Yes. And most other disasters, what do you call it? Natural disasters?
Mhm.
Do not hit us here. Tempest protects us from them.
That is very interesting.
Yes, well,
So
it is
not
what
even
she
the high
chose to do.
waves.
There are no high waves here.
Oh,
We are protected, of course. Our waters are more nutritious. Our food is more vibrant. And our plants grow better here.
well, I can attest to the food
You can also attest to the plants.
and the plants. Someday I would be excited to visit a town like that. It's quite interesting
Underwater?
and unique, yes.
You continue to follow?
Mhm.
Okay. It gets to the edge of the little district area that you guys are currently in, towards the district that you guys were in before. Do you continue to follow?
I have an odd question.
What is it?
Districts. As there crossovers, or do you have to remain in one district a permit? I know in some places I've traveled to you need a permit to cross over.
Oh, no. You can live wherever you want and move in between. You have freedom, after all. It's just the districts are there so the gardeners have a community set outline to work with, to have a community to build with.
That's understandable and quite smart.
Yes, of course. It is in the best interest of our communities to do that. Where exactly do you think you are planning on heading? Because you guys have been walking for like an hour, half an hour now. It's getting towards sunset.
I had no destination in mind, really.
Oh, you were just wandering.
Yes.
All right.
Terribly sorry for keeping you out, but you literally told me to go.
No, it is all right. You can wander where you want.
As we wander, then, would you mind telling me about your home a bit more?
You continue to follow the Tabaxi ordinance? All right. Oh, well, what would you like to know about it?
Well, like, what things do you enjoy about it? What things you do not enjoy about it?
There's not much I don't enjoy about my home.
Well, even I have grievances with my own home.
Yes, the insects that can kill you are quite bad,
I feel
of
that.
course. But most of it I like. I like the smaller communities we have, and the gardeners who will help you if you need it, of course. It's very nice, even though this is a big city, everyone knows everyone in their little area. And everyone is willing to help anyone they know, of course.
Seems very nice.
It is. That is why I like it here. You continue to go.
Yes.
You continue to follow. Okay, you enter into the district you guys were in before.
Mhm.
And go towards this house on the edge by the river. And yes. And as you approach this house, we're going to switch to the other group shortly.
Okay.
You two, you guys have been going. Where are you going? To the crime scene first, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. You guys get to the crime scene. It's very short. Drive by cart. If you're going or walking, it's a little bit longer. And then when you guys get there, Mello is still there, looking around, very agitated still and nervous.
It's been a hot minute since we decided on a script. So we took a long break. So
It was you guys are going there because you have some more ideas about.
I had some ideas and wanted to talk to you about the letter. And the names on it about.
What do you think, Will? I have an idea. Why is she this agitated about this? Like,
That's
why
what
is she acting like this?
Good question.
I'll speak.
What
in
if
Tempest
she
to
is the
her.
killer? What
And
if
we're going
she
to be
is
in
the
a
killer?
house alone with her, and that's going to be lovely. And I wanted to know if you had anywhere. I'll look around, sort of like looking for anyone who's listening in. I'm more private for this. We have reason to believe we're being watched.
And you're saying this to Merla, who's translating this to.
No, I'm talking in the best Tempest I can. Still
Okay.
trying to sound more broken than I actually am capable of speaking.
So, yes. She looks up surprised when you start speaking Tempest broken.
I make like a little like I kind of know it, and I thought it was important to talk to your language. Like
Okay.
for this.
And she will look around at the guards and stuff, and then pull you deeper into the house. Well, actually, into the temple area. Then open one of the trap doors and lead you guys inside.
Or
Are
if it's
we
a
in the
ladder, I
house?
can't go down it.
It is a ladder.
Okay.
I go to
You
the.
will- I'll Will.
Oh my god. Why don't we just get a shine in hand?
Don't worry, boss.
No,
I
I'll
got
just,
you.
oh god, I'm going to die horribly.
Don't worry, boss. I got you.
Make a
Trust me.
dexterity check for me to see. Will, are you letting this happen?
I can't get down otherwise, and this is important. He doesn't look
Once,
happy,
unnatural
but he is
20.
doing it.
Unnatural 20?
Yes.
Okay, you're fine then.
Don't
You
worry,
get picked.
Captain. I got you.
I'm not
Oh,
happy
sorry.
about this, and I want to make it known.
You guys get to the bottom of the. It's a short ladder,
Honestly, I might have rather jumped.
just about 6 feet or so. And this, it's a nice, cool room, like cool in temperature room with a bunch of shelves with stuff. There's food in one corner, clothing, blankets, etc. in other corners as well. There's a wide variety of stuff here. Seeds in another place. And she will turn to you, Will, and be like, what did you want to discuss?
Well,
Wait, am I still holding Will?
put me down. First of all,
Sure.
do I want to piggyback while having a serious conversation?
That would be funny. Like you're
No.
higher than the person.
No. I will try to describe it to her in Tempest as best I can. The kill was professional.
She glances towards the trapdoor when you say that. And
There
around at
was
the room.
definitely some premeditation and planning. Not to mention the letter doesn't match with what we know of the crime scene.
A
So
lot of magic was there.
yes, and that it was a frame job and he was actually murdered.
Yes. We know that. It's obvious from the crime scene.
Yes.
Did they know this? Wait, no.
Yes.
They were saying they killed themselves. What the fuck? Cap? I call them
You are the one
lies.
with more experience in these matters. So perhaps you can think of a group or persons that would have something against this one?
Roll an insight check.
Yeah, I rolled 2.
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Okay.
But she's gonna roll.
23 again.
Yeah, she's gonna roll.
I got a 16 plus 7. Yay!
I rolled 9. The lowest in the session.
Her eyes.
To be fair, we're speaking in another language.
Yeah, so you're like, what are they saying? They're probably.
I'm trying to calculate what they're saying, but it's going over my head. Boss, what's going on? Help!
Is this an anime now?
Yes.
Yes.
But Will, from what you can get, her eyes widen a bit, and she looks significantly more nervous, and glances to her left, seemingly not at anything specific in here, but just generally to the left.
That was mostly it. Just wanted to keep you informed on any updates, especially one of such serious nature. Considering you're the head of the case.
Yes, I am afraid that if it is so well done. And then she says a word that you can't exactly understand, but it has killer in it. They will kill again.
Most likely.
She mutters something under her breath. Again, the same word that she said before, repeated over and over.
Communication. Please tell us that too. I don't understand what they're saying, but Vioré is like dying on these. Says like, please communicate.
Brain and translate. Vioré, okay. I'll give him the play.
Thank you.
She says
boss.
something, mutters something along the lines of only I could find the, and then it's another word that you don't know yet.
And earlier, you seem to have some sort of idea, and clearly you have one now.
Her hand tightens on her spear just slightly.
But whoever it is trying to remain restrained and not take any sort of credit for the crime.
If it is who I think it is, we're not going to catch them.
Why? Who? Where? The
I will
reason?
repeat those more politely. You think there's anything we should know?
There is a group in Asondreo that is a group of murderers who tend to murder people of high importance here. If it is them, we're not going to catch them. The murderer is already gone.
Wait, boss. So they have this criminal organization that kills their higher ups, like every time, and they don't do anything about it.
More like they believe they can catch them. Let's see.
Why don't? If I say this, we're just gonna get into another thing, but maybe what if we become an alliance and help them, maybe, and Bill get the dragon thing
I have
while
an idea.
getting your things. Okay, boss,
Yes.
you're the
Well,
boss.
it leads there eventually.
Yeah, boss, you got this. Yeah.
You seem to have some sort of personal experience with them.
I have just heard rumors about them around. They're quite a popular.
Well, as
find the right word.
long as they're not a threat to anyone of our group, and I trust in
Famous
Tempsday's
last.
security.
Yes. Well,
Although we do have reason to suspect that we're being watched by a party that is not the god.
her spear is just slightly off the ground now, like she's ready to use it if necessary.
But that's all I really had to tell you. We should discuss the case more some other
That's our
time.
boss.
See if you have any details you can dodge up from people that might know more.
Well, I think our next place to look is the people who supposedly sent the letter. Very much probably faked, but we could gather more information about it then.
Yes, it would be a good lead.
If this is accurate information, which from what I've heard of another word you don't know, it is, then they would have to know the person or get close enough to them for it.
That could be useful. Well, keep us updated if you need any help. Or anything of the like, I hate to say this, Vioré. I'll turn around and say, Sabesh, go. But you're probably not to carry me up the ladder again. And that really pains me to admit.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I carefully climb with a sour look on my face. But I want to make sure I catch a quick glance at her. What is she going to do next, do I think?
Roll me another insight.
She's gonna be a member of this.
Much
this
higher than
lodge.
the last one. That's at 19 plus 7.
Ooh.
We're gonna learn that she's gonna be the spy master of this town, and she's the one controlling every assassin, and she's the one behind all this.
She's planning to follow you guys
joking.
around for a bit. Someone's following you and she's following you, she might catch them.
Perfect. Then I'm gonna basically lead her around the crime scene. some
She's
more
not
while I
gonna
check in
catch
on other
them.
people.
She's not gonna catch them.
Oh,
You have to catch them.
She's defeatist. I used a defeatist attitude. She just,
My favorite
it's-
thing to do in D&D, doing everyone's job for them.
That's Will. That's just Will.
I do that. That's my profession. It's on my business card.
NPCs.
It's on my business card. Doing everyone's job for them since the year I was born.
Yeah, and I'm an intern in your business, so yeah, I'm helping.
Apparently.
Apparently.
Yes. But you guys lead her around.
Out loud, I'll take the pointing out to things him pretty seriously. He's supposed to be my apprentice.
Yes.
I guess I am now.
You are.
From dragons to Will. I don't know if it's a downgrade or an upgrade. I don't know.
How long do you stay there for?
Probably at least an hour or two, looking around, getting reacquainted with any evidence I missed.
Okay. You
Making
still
sure, looking out to see if the same people from last time are watching us again.
no, they're not there.
Then after, I'll gather nectar and telepathic say that no one's going to be following us and watching us, which means so long as she's following us, she won't be out of her house.
That's good.
Well, yeah, so we can have more time to study wards or whatever.
Yeah, aren't we supposed to find her house though, or something?
Yeah, we need to.
Yes.
An idea.
Yes.
Will, you're already rolling so good. Why don't you just roll investigation to see, to catch the person who's watching us?
It just doesn't automatically do that like that.
What if we try though? What if?
This is why I'll try to get a premonition with no
You can
evidence.
certainly try.
Natural 1.
Yes.
What if I try?
Everyone is watching you.
This
everyone.
Is 22.
The-
Mine's not natural 20, but it's
the goat.
22.
The goats,
Nothing.
the birds, they're watching you. The paintings, they're watching you.
It's the
Everyone.
birds.
I looked
the horse.
Vioré in the eyes and was like, that did not work.
At least,
Except for Mello. Mello's totally not watching you.
damn you, Mello.
I know Mellow's watching me from the previous chat. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's fine. We should start heading back to check on Brie. I'll say that loud again. We need to go back to what would it be called?
Our
I lost the
lady,
word.
Ninth Lady Brisanna.
Like going back to our
That
place
person,
while
yes,
we're
let's
here.
just go.
Yeah. And of course, she doesn't know we can talk about the place.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Nest, by the way, the location.
Love that.
But you guys eventually head back there?
Yeah.
Lovely. When you
Yeah.
get there, Bree is gone. So is the guard.
Is there
We should
other guards there? Or is it just the one?
We should have expected
There are other
this, by the
normal
way.
guards there.
I can't. Well, I guess I did expect this, but you know,
Like,
I
are we
figured.
surprised? Are we
The food is
actually?
No.
We're not,
No,
right?
we're not. But she clearly ate the food, so my goal was accomplished.
Yes, that's true.
1.5 of fun, yeah.
But you guys get there, and Bree is gone. There are some normal guards around the place. No other
I
fights.
will speak to them in Tempest. Like, do you know where the lady went?
Walking. And we'll point you in the direction.
Yes, direction, please.
Thanks. Walking, nice. I thought they were
And then when
flying.
we're out of sight, I just cast Clue.
How far back do you go? An hour?
Not that far back, because I want to see where she is.
Yeah, you could follow
Yeah.
her footsteps. She goes forward into the path a bit and then turns around and goes back.
We have to walk my pace though, so it's a slow and steady.
It's okay, boss.
You go
I'm
back a
used to
different
this.
path towards through back to the district where you guys just came from. It's a good hour or so of you guys walking still. And you guys are heading towards a house in the distance by a river, which we'll see.
I
if
presume Bree gets there far before us.
Yeah,
We
you get
just
there
catch
an
up to
hour
Bree.
before.
We catch up to Bree.
Bree, what are you doing at the house once you get there? It's a nice house. There's a 6-pointed star by the door, some windows, a nice little balcony around the back. It's 1 story.
Yeah, she makes note of the 1-point star.
The 6-point
point,
star.
yeah.
Yes.
It wouldn't be a 1-point star.
1 point.
That would just be a line.
That wouldn't even be a line. That would be a point. But
Point,
yes,
yeah.
you make note of that. And
I've been seeing that sign everywhere. What does it mean?
it is the wards that we use quite often around houses to keep them safe.
From what?
Intruders.
Oh,
As well as if anyone comes in who does not belong, it shows us,
okay.
sort of. It tracks motion.
So it's some sort of security system.
Yes, it is magical.
You know, I find it quite odd. There's a lot of magical items here. Compared
Yes.
to the rest of the
Well,
mainland.
that makes sense. The rest of the mainland is not used to Tempest magic, of course.
As I was traveling, that's one thing I found odd.
That they do not use magic.
Yes.
Yes, it is unfortunate for them, but it makes it easier for us to pick out when they are fallen.
Oh. Why is just fully magic?
How lovely. Your magic comes from your gods?
From our faith beings, yes.
Ah, yes.
But they are semi-worshipped as gods, as if you will.
Yes, well,
We'll see them
gods
as
come
gods.
in many ways, shapes, and forms in different places. And purely on your history of the place, of course. But
Is there more than just a tempest in there?
there is just the Tempest. She is the most powerful one, but she was a normal dragon once, of course. But she grew powerful and gave her power to us.
I am worried by your small.
Damn, give them to me, not them.
Shit.
Good.
Yeah. I never fully got the story.
Well, perhaps we could take you to the Tempest herself sometime. The paths up there are littered with her stories, and it's very nice to hear it there. The storytellers there are very good.
Is that why you chose the name Sonya?
What? No, I would never.
I see. I would quite enjoy that.
Make me a perception check. Yeah, I wouldn't roll it on the carpet.
Really. I can't see shit.
That's what I thought. I can't help you with that.
We are gonna use flashlight. Let's go with 11.
Got this genius ingenuity from the college students over here.
Amazing.
We got it. 11 plus 2.
13.
Okay. The house looks empty right now. It's some sort of house, you can't tell. But it very clearly was this house specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you do for the rest of the hour? Because talking about it only gives a little bit of detail. Only fills up a little bit of time. So.
Is there...
The Tabaxi is gone, by the way.
I understand that you may not touch the water here. At least a stream.
Yes, it is blessed. It's used in very specific circumstances.
But I saw animals touch it. Is it only...
They
Are
are
humanoids
creations of... They are blessed creations of the Tempest.
I see.
And there's no stopping animals from drinking that water.
I was basically just curious about some of the questions, no?
Yes, that is okay. It's okay to ask questions. Learning is fine. What are you more curious about?
Mainly his story, as I've only seen the pictures not long ago. For multiple years at this point.
Ah, yes.
I never got a clear story.
You see a Tabaxi behind the house. On the balcony that's there.
Same one?
Same one.
I see. Like, almost as if the third sense hits her. She knows it's there. But she turns and looks around. Oh! Sorry.
The Tabaxi just walks towards the forest. I didn't hear you.
I see.
It's not that far away, the forest, either. It's rather close.
What time is it?
Currently there?
Mhm.
It's about 6 o'clock, getting towards sunset-ish.
I think now is a good time to start heading back.
Okay. Do you head in the direction of the Tabaxi or actually go back?
Let the forest pass go over there.
Yes, that's true. You want to go towards the Tabaxi?
Mhm.
Okay. You follow the Tabaxi towards the forest.
Actually quite curious about a lot of things, mostly flora and fauna.
Oh, yes. I'm not the one to ask about that.
Oh, that's silly of me. I guess I never asked you their name.
I have told you my name. It's one of the fangs that
Oh.
they stayed. One stayed behind with you. and one
mind.
one went. Because they're the only ones.
Right.
This is Rinia, White
Rinia.
Crest.
Yeah, never mind. Very funny if I found that.
I am not too knowledgeable about the flora and fauna on land.
How about in sea? You said you were from there.
Yes, I did not have a lot of interest in the flora and fauna there, though I know them better than here. Of course.
Then what are you interested in?
Stares off in the distance. pottery making, actually.
How fascinating.
Yes, it is one of the things I enjoy doing in my free time. No, I like being a fang. It's interesting and always comes with a little bit of an adventure.
Are you a skilled product or is it a hobby?
It's a hobby. I am not so
Everyone-
good at it.
Everyone needs something fun to do.
Exactly. What do you like to do in your free time?
Well, I'm an amateur to watches.
Ah, how interesting. Any interesting discoveries so far?
Well, there are a certain amount of odd stones in Siberia I find. A lot of glowing stones.
Ah, you have an interest in stones then.
But that's what geology is, study of Earth. Mainly stones.
Specifically shiny stones.
But yes.
I am sure when you
It's-
saw the Eye of the Tempest, it caught your eye then.
You caught me.
They are quite lovely. There are
Yes.
not many stones like it out there.
They remind me much of fishing stones.
Interesting, I've never heard that before.
Well, it's more of an informal name for the stone. It's really just a compacted stone with a circle, a full circle, symmetrical on all sides, within the center around the side.
Circles don't have sides.
You know
That's
what
me.
I mean.
Yes.
Math major, you know what I mean.
Yes. Interesting. How do you make wishes with this stone?
Some people skip them into the nearby water where you found it.
Mm-hmm.
Some people hold them up and wish on it. But they have no magical properties.
Interesting.
It's more a superstition and hope.
Well, I can assure you our stones have magical
Oh, right.
properties.
I found that.
The remnants of the tempest linger in them to guide us.
Yes.
They
Yeah,
are very
also
important
discovered
to our
that.
culture. Yes. They are very important to our culture because it is part of our god.
Yes.
So, anyone using the stones merely as a paperweight or something is very
Offensive?
offensive. Yes, thank you. It is quite annoying when people do not respect your culture.
Yes. I agree.
I'm sure you know similar thing.
Well, there's also aspects of fear to chaotic culture.
Oh yes, especially cultures with lots of magic around them.
Yes. I'll tell you how many times I've been interrogated about my ship here.
I am sorry, that must have been unfortunate.
You find, well, you know what I mean.
Yes. Other lands do not know how to respect people's magic. It is a
They
shame.
know that there's more than just entity magic.
Yes. There is so much beautiful magic. Yeah.
They're deeper.
I was supposed to say that.
I just saw deeper.
You guys are walking pretty slowly at this point
Yeah,
because
we're talking.
talking and walking.
Now, perhaps you could. I would gladly buy one of your potteries.
They're not good enough to sell yet.
Oh, come. There must be some sort. It'd be interesting if and a nice little thing to have.
Most of the pottery I make does not get made fully into pottery. I like making the shape and then
I enjoy collecting. This pottery is such different from across the world.
well, if I make something good, then they collapse
Oh,
to the ground.
she catches them.
There. What are you gonna do? Just catch them, or they appear to be asleep, and they're heavy. They're very heavy.
Want me to roll a strength check?
Yes, you're fine. No,
Yeah.
you can.
I
Please
am
do.
absolutely okay. No
The rippling arm muscles
19.
flex.
Okay.
Plus,
19.
I think my strength modifier is +3.
Okay.
+4. Either way.
The guard is asleep. You catch them, and then there's a rustling pretty much directly above you in the trees.
Are we done playing this game now?
I don't know, are we?
Well,
I hear
considering
voice
that
from above.
What language is this in?
Oh, it's in Savage, so
Yeah.
I know she can't speak anything else.
well, considering that you just put my guard asleep.
Oh, don't worry, it's not permanent. The bug bites are what's permanent. But that is not my decision. Why to lead your guard to the treacherous peril of the woods. It occasionally slips into a language you don't recognize.
It is the
You
same
can't
exactly
see.
above.
I don't think you can see him yet.
Of course.
Still hidden on the top. Besides, you only have like 1 minute before he wakes up, and I really don't want him to overhear this conversation, and I'm sure you don't either. Or would you like to talk about your little entity with him? You did not think you were being watched when you did your little party trick?
What party trick?
Don't play naive with me. We only have so much time, and if he wakes up during this conversation, it will be bad for him.
Oh, that is not an entity, that's me.
Oh, darling, sweetheart, whatever your noble title is.
It's not really pretend.
I mean, it is.
Don't use it.
And you'll see, he'll sort of peek through, but he is no longer a Tabaxi. Instead, you see a young human, mostly shaded by the tree, pointing an object not at you, kind of familiar, but not really at the guard. And you see pale skin, brown hair, tannish from the sun actually now. And it's watching you. Small little smile on their face.
About
Do you
what
want him to?
tell us?
Do you want me to kill him or not?
No. Of course not.
Okay then. You're going to leave him on the ground and we're going to walk away from here. I know you're good at following, so I'll start hopping between trees.
Do you follow?
Tick tock.
This is what I get for going out of my mistake.
Do you
That was
follow?
a stupid decision.
It really was.
Do you follow?
She sets the guard up by the tree.
And follow?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Okay, you follow. Fantastic. Good to know.
When we get far enough away that there will be no eavesdropping.
Okay.
I will hop to a lower branch of the tree, but still up on a tree. And you can get a better look at the object he still has pointed at the guard, despite being very far away now. It looks sort of like an object you've seen Vioré use as his arcane focus, except more metallic and less magical.
Gunslinger. Yes?
Oh. And tilts his head like he's listening to something and rolls his eyes. Hey. I'm not going to do that with an answer. Does Dragon Boy call his little thing a gun now? I have one to pick with Dragon Boy.
Yes. Even though it's more magically charged. Kinda hurts.
Interesting that you were leading a person following him around. Could be dangerous for you, you know?
Yeah.
No, how could you? I don't take it off, I just flick. He flicks like out an earring.
Okay.
Looking impassive, but kind of annoyed. Sorry, I was not listening to you. What did you say? I had distractions. It is... Well, what is the phrase in Swedish? Do you know?
I don't know.
That's fine.
Sense?
I say an unfamiliar phrase in an unfamiliar language. That. Anyway, just let us talk, honestly to each other, don't you think? Just in case the guard comes looking, we should make this conversation short and sweet.
I'll be good with that.
Amazing. Now don't play dumb. It's aggravating.
I'd still like to know what potty trick you're trying to refer to.
Are you yourself unaware? Or are you purposely playing ignorant?
Are you talking about me changing colors?
No. I know what you are. And I know what you are drawing from to stay nice and calm.
At the moment, no. I used to, but no.
Oh, I saw you with my own eyes. And believe me, I can recognize
Haven't done that.
the Serenity's presence any day of the week. I mean, it was so obvious.
What? Breathing in through my nose and inhaling air.
Have
I
you
haven't
looked at
used it.
yourself? Oh, I forget, you probably don't own a mirror.
My hair, I can tell you, I can still fully feel anger.
Yet.
I'm working
Is
on it.
something else stopping you?
Right now? No.
Fascinating. Look, I do mean it when I know what I can look at and tell what you are connected to. And I also have some other explanations I would be overjoyed to hear. And I suppose I'm going to have to think you're lying to me.
Alright. How do I put this where I don't sound absolutely batshit crazy?
Oh. Please give me the crazy version.
So, in Mayan culture, souls are reincarnated. Past life is trying to haunt me.
Wow. That must suck for you.
It's a process.
Typing noises intensify.
Texting noises intensify.
So since we're both being honest here, care to explain a bit more?
About?
Yourself? How are you?
Well, feel free to ask. And he sits on the tree branch and crosses his legs very languidly, like he's sitting in a normal chair and not a precariously balancing kind of wiggly tree branch.
Your name?
People call me Tishina.
Tishina.
Tishina?
Yes, that is what people refer to me as nowadays.
Was the note you?
Hmm,
What is
kind
it?
of. But you know, when the opportunity comes, knock. What's the first? Knock, 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 knock. Your doorstep? Yes, that's the one.
You open the door to let it in, yes. Is there any other reason you're following me, us? Aside from an entity and fighting?
Mm, you're going to have to talk slower. I am not the best at Slavish.
Language problem.
Reasons why you're following me, us?
Well, at first it would be kind of bad if there were real diplomats sent to this poor nation for a lot of people. And the fact that you're instilling them with false, what is it? Bravery, confidence, false confidence is equally dangerous to many innocent lives. So I had to make sure you weren't actually, the real thing. That would be very problematic, and it would be a shame. The gown was very nice. I would have hated to get blood on it. It'd be a waste, honestly. But you weren't, and wouldn't you know it? Your bag of holding had so much blackmail material in it, it was almost endless. Quite literally. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but it's not exactly kosher to have a diamond. They're pretty heavily regulated. And it doesn't look good for a diplomat to be carrying one of so much worth around.
I was given that as a gift.
Why?
A friend I did a favor for.
Real specific. I really appreciate the candid honesty here. But really. The guard will be waking up soon. So I think I'll give you a prize
Okay.
for talking to me and not trying to fight me. And he'll reach sort of into space and then flick a key into existence where there wasn't before. It's sort of plain, but it has circles around it. Catch! And toss it down to her.
Catches it.
No, you have way in. That can be helpful. And, letters still on the table. I will not hesitate to make sure, everyone knows your secrets by, I don't know, whenever I get bored, probably. Which could be
I'm sorry to ask this because I don't quite know your species. Are you young?
I don't see why that is any of your business.
I was just going to remark on this cleverness.
Well, you can save your compliments until after you've done the job. Besides, I think our friends are out looking for you now. By the time the guards wake up, they might even be waiting.
Don't fall over tree. She says, turning it back.
We'll meet again. And he disappears.
Sure, since you're following me.
You go back to the guard.
Yes.
Okay. You go back to the guard, who is awake and with a spear looking around currently as Will, Vioré, and Nectar approach. That is where we're going to call it for today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. listening, and we will see you all next time.
The ambient sounds in this episode are thanks to Sirenscape. Be sure to check them out at sirenscape.com. Thank you for listening.